Good evening. Welcome to the Costa Mesa Planning Commission meeting for Monday, April 12th, 2021. I call the meeting to order and ask you to join me in the Pledge of Allegiance to our nation's flag. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. We have everybody back. Okay, we do excellent. Julie, roll call, please.
Chair Jericho,
Here.
Vice Chair Colbert,
Present.
Commissioner Russell,
Here.
Commissioner Toller,
Here.
Commissioner Torje,
Here.
Commissioner Zick.
Here.
Excellent. Thank you, Julie, very much. Announcements. In order to minimize the spread of the COVID-19 virus, Governor Newsom has issued executive orders that temporarily suspend requirements of the Brown Act, which allows Planning Commission members to attend Planning Commission meetings telephonically. Given the health risks associated with COVID-19, the City Council chambers are closed to the public until further notice. If you would like to participate in this meeting, you can participate via the following options. We're strongly encouraged to observe the Planning Commission meetings live on Costa Mesa TV, Spectrum Channel 3, and AT&T Uverse Channel 99, or online at youtube.com/Costa Mesa TV. You can also participate via Zoom by following the instructions on tonight's agenda, which you can find online at the city's website. During the public comment portion of the meeting, if you are participating via Zoom webinar, use the raised hand function located in the participants window and wait for city staff to announce your name and unmute your line when it is your turn to speak. Comments are limited to 3 minutes or as otherwise directed. You can also participate in tonight's meeting via telephone by dialing 1-669-900-6833. The webinar ID is 960-6037-9921. Passcode is 595958. During the public comment period, if you're participating by telephone, press *9 to add yourself to the queue and wait for city staff to announce your name, phone number, and then press *6 to unmute your line when it is your turn to speak. Comments are limited to 3 minutes or as otherwise directed. Okay, so with that takes us to public comment. This is the portion of the meeting where the public is welcome to make comments to the Planning Commission on items that are within our jurisdiction, but not on tonight's agenda. So if there are any public comments tonight during public comment, please press the raise your hand function if you're in the webinar, or *9 if you're on the telephone. Do we have any public speakers tonight?
Mr. Chairman, phone number ending in 714, you may provide your public comment.
Go ahead.
Can you hear me?
I can. You might speak up just a little bit.
Great. Okay, I'll try to be a little louder. April is Distracted Drivers Month, and this is an event so important to Costa Mesa Police Department that they issued a NICSO alert and have assigned extra officers to watch for distracted drivers using their phone or other actions. Now, in their press release, Costa Mesa Sergeant Miles said anything that distracts you from the task of driving, including your phone, puts yourself and others at risk. Not driving distracted is a simple but significant behavior change. And Sergeant Miles goes on to say, let's share the road, let's do the right thing, and keep the streets safe for everyone. So I'd like to ask the council to do the right thing tonight and keep the residents of Costa Mesa and our streets safe. Thank you.
Thank you. Next commenter, please.
Phone number ending in 698, you may provide your public comment.
Ms. Colgan, this is Stephen Chan. Please play the 3-minute video provided to you today named 04-12-21 PC.
The liquor licensees in the Soup Kitchen neighborhood continue in their normal operations to operate as a public nuisance. This is prohibited by the ABC Act. We urge the city to abate these nuisances using California Penal Code Section 11200 to 11207. This is the California Unlawful Liquor Sales Law. For listeners unfamiliar, a backroom deal between the city, the ABC, and Smart and Final resulted in the operation of that outdoor grocery backroom. It's unable to comply with local law. This public nuisance began in earnest in Q1 2019. Its ownership is tied to public employee pensions, and its lack of compliance costs directly benefit public employees who are not doing their enforcement jobs. Smart and Final staff loudly schooled Center Street backyards in fun use of the N-word Thanksgiving Day 2020, literally yelling "We're their N-words." This racist hate speech resulted from Costa Mesa racist policy of unequal protection in the 80% Latino neighborhood. Most recently, Costa Mesa and Smart and Final spent the last 2 weeks carefully orchestrating the 3rd decibel collecting study in our neighborhood since 2016. Complainants furthest from the nuisance were hounded, the women with great machismo. The old ladies closer and closest to the nuisance are ignored. All lawyered up, 3 dates to measure sound in the last week. They went about building the weakest case possible, downgraded truck traffic, and subdued staff. But the day after, this abnormal operational behavior is the subject of much sneering. Now these same grandmas are resuming anxiety-ridden, tortured weekend nights where residents are bombarded with bass from Strut Bar and Lounge. The Strut Bar in its normal operations is violating its liquor license condition, which states entertainment provided shall not be audible outside the area under the control of the licensee. This bar, touted by city council members from the dais, is a nuisance, and the base is keeping residents, their children, their families awake illegally until 2 a.m. and beyond. In voting District 4, the codes that protect the public are not being enforced. It's happening in other districts as well. City enforcement staff is bullying residents and babying offenders. Our Soup Kitchen neighborhood seeks abatement of these public nuisances, Strut Bar and Smart and Final, using the Unlawful Liquor Sales Abatement Law. Here you see Strut Bar and staff using laser.
I gotta object, you didn't play the video. There was video to be played for the public. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Next, public
Just 1
speaker.
minute, Mr. Chair, it's buffering. There's just a few seconds left.
Okay.
Okay, Mr. Chair, it's not pulling up there was a little picture, so we'll move on to the next.
Okay, thank you. Next public speaker, please.
Hangame Abraham, you may provide your public comment.
Thank you so much, everyone. Thank you to all of you for everything that you do. I know tonight's meeting is a bit of a stressor for all of us residents and all of you commissioners, but I was supposed to be in front of City Hall with a group of people who are there sitting in their lawn chairs, and since we're not able to go inside, they just wanted to make sure that their voices is being heard, but having 2 little children, life gets in the way. I just want to ask you to please, please, please listen to what they have to say. Please don't turn Costa Mesa into downtown LA. Please don't turn us into Las Vegas. I live off of Newport and 22nd. I'm a resident in District 6. I promised the residents of District 6 when I was running last election cycle for city council that, you know, we will fight tooth and nail whether I get elected in city council or not, that we will fight against the LED lights. So you are our representatives. We have trusted your judgment to do what is best for Costa Mesa, not what is best for the owners of Triangle Square, not what is best for whoever has donated thousands of dollars of money into our some of our elected councils, who some of them are no longer with us anymore. So please do what is right for Costa Mesa. I work on 19th Street. My business is there. I'm a small business owner. This will not bring us any money because there's no guarantee that this is only for Costa Mesa businesses. Nowhere on that contract does it say only Costa Mesa small businesses are going to advertise on their LED lights. We don't know who the third parties are. The Mateen family are not residents of Costa Mesa. They have nothing except that the new owners of Triangle Square. So please just listen to them. And once again, thank you for your time. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So I'm going to remind the public speakers once again that the public comment period is for items not on tonight's agenda. If you speak tonight during public comment, this portion now about public hearing item number 1, you won't be permitted to speak during the public hearing at that time. So either you speak now about it and that will be your time, or you wait till the public hearing item, but you're not going to get 2 bites at the apple, okay? Next speaker, please.
Jesse Michaels, you may provide your public comment.
Hi, thank you so much for letting me speak. I really appreciate it. I live near Triangle Square. I've been going for a while. I live in El Puerto Apartments. I think that it's really important that the real narrative gets discussed here, which is basically COVID and its impact on small businesses, which I think, you know, has been dramatic. And I heard the last speaker and you know, as a longtime resident of Costa Mesa, I don't know exactly when we became so kind of protectionist in our economic policies. I mean, all of these businesses, Starlight, Time, La Vida Cantina, all of these businesses provide jobs. They employ local Costa Mesa residents. And I think it's important that we kind of resuscitate these businesses as fast as possible. Management has done a really great job thus far. And I just think they should be essentially rewarded with kind of, you know, general free market policies where they can essentially give themselves the best leg up to succeed as humanly possible. I think it's you know, really well run at this point, and yeah, I would love to see them be able to advertise as any other business would.
Okay, so Ms. Abraham and Mr. Michaels, you've taken your shot at public hearing item number 1. I just want to remind, this is public comment for non-agenda items. Next speaker, please.
Andrew Wagner Trugman, you may provide your public comment.
I had a comment for agenda item 1, so maybe it's better to wait until then. I'll lower my hand.
That's great. Thank you, Andrew. Okay, Julie, any other public commenters?
Mr. Chair, excuse me.
Yes, Ms.
We
Green.
believe we have that video queued up properly now, so we would like to just play that last 15 seconds of that public comment.
Okay, very good. Thank you. Okay.
And
Any
Mr. Chairman,
addition-
I do not,
Yes.
no one else has their hand raised for public comments.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. I will close public comment, and that will take us to commissioner comments. And we'll begin with Commissioner Tourget tonight.
Thank you, Chair. I wanted to start tonight. I know we have a lot of folks on the line who are interested in the agenda item, and I wanted to share a few other things that are happening that would be great to get your input on, as well as they'll impact the shape and form of our city. The first is just to let folks know that we have a pedestrian master plan in process right now. There have been walking tours and walk audits of the city. There's one still, if you would like to participate on Thursday, April 15th at Bristol, Baker, Polarino, and Bear. I know when I taught at UC Irvine, we actually had our students walk those streets in that neighborhood and actually do a walk audit and identify what can be improved in that area. Sometimes when we do public outreach, it could be a workshop, it could be a planning commission meeting like this, but oftentimes, but rarely, I'm going to say, is the opportunity to have your feet on the ground, walking the streets and understanding our streets and our neighborhoods and what it means to be a pedestrian in a busy area or an intersection where people walk and bike, where we often drive. So I'd encourage folks, if you're not able to go to the workshops, or if you've missed the one before for those walk audits, you can actually go to the city's website, and there's like a tool where you can actually do your comments on an online map or an online tool and actually participate in the walking tour that way. And there's also a survey online as well. Another aspect that the city is looking at is our housing element update. Every 8 years, the city is required to update its housing elements. This year is a big one. We've talked about it before. There's something called the Regional Housing Needs Assessment, or RHNA, and it's the state and then down to the regional level for Southern California, how many housing units need to be allocated in different areas and in different cities and counties. Costa Mesa will need to zone for a little under 12,000 units. And those will be divided between different income levels, but that's a significant number to think about what our city is going to look like in the future and how we're going to accommodate that growth. It's an opportunity for us to be creative. It's an opportunity for us to be inclusive, but we also really need public involvement as part of that, and want to make sure that the community is aware of what's going on. So I'll always be sharing things here from the Planning Commission about what that housing element looks like. And I'm sure if you sign up with the city, there'll be opportunities to provide future impact as well. So I just wanted to share those two items and not speak for too much longer, because I know we have a lot of folks wanting to engage tonight. Thank you. Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Tourget. Commissioner Zick.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I don't have any comments tonight. I wish everyone well, though.
Thank you, sir. Commissioner Toller.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have some comments. Do we have some slides tonight, Ms. Green? Okay, thank you. I'm very glad that Commissioner Tourget brought this up. Now everybody gets to hear it twice, which is great. So as she mentioned, we're going through the Costa Mesa Pedestrian Master Plan process. This document's being put together, and this is a great opportunity for everybody to get involved and help shape this document, because this document's going to be a guiding policy document for the future. I am sorry, but I think the URL at the bottom of the screen is the best way to get there. I encourage everybody to just type that in right now, because it's kind of hard to find this website. I Google it and I had trouble. Okay, next slide, please, Ms. Green. So if you go to that URL, you scroll to the bottom of the screen, and that button on the top left where the arrow is Walk Audit Sign Up, that's how you can participate in the Walk Audit. The last one of 5 or 6 or 7 that we had, and it's going to be in Sobeka this coming Thursday, 9 to 11 a.m. I encourage everybody that lives around there to participate. Next slide, please. If you miss it, or you know, most Costa Mesans missed most of them. There's only a handful of people that are able to make it. There's the public feedback tool on this website, so you can go to next slide. There's a map. Any of these areas. So our general plan in 2015 identified all these areas as pedestrian opportunity zones. So if you go to the website and click on that button we just showed, you could leave your comment. You could upload pictures. Next slide, please. This is what the interface looks like. Like I said, upload pictures. You could leave long form comments. You can identify the intersection, the speed of adjacent traffic, crosswalk problems. You could kind of categorize the issues. And so you could do that for all of the pedestrian opportunity zones that were included in the walk audit. So if you missed those, please take a little time out of your day and do that. Next slide, please. Okay, I am going to just make this a tradition. I'm sorry about this, but it's there's a problem out there, and we're kind of like the frogs that are being boiled. There's violence on our streets continually, and it's so common that it sinks to the bottom of discourse. The news covers it once in a while. What I catch, I have just 3 slides of things that I caught, things that I just happened to come across since the last Planning Commission meeting. This is the first one. This church is at the intersection of 2 25-mile-an-hour streets in a residential neighborhood. The building is 35 feet from the traffic lane. How does this happen? And for every actual collision, think about how often drivers are driving like this and getting away with it with no consequence. This was right before Easter. So it went up the curb, over the sidewalk, over the landscaping, and into the church. Next slide, please. This was in Newport Beach. I think a lot of us have heard of this, but maybe not. This is at 16th and Irvine. There are neighbors. An 80-year-old man, Ernie Adams, was out for a bike ride on a beautiful Saturday, and his life ended because a driver sailed through a stop sign. And now there is a ghost bike there, and it's tragic and so unnecessary. Next slide. Harbor Boulevard, when a lot of us were sleeping, the firefighters were out there using the jaws of life to pull a victim out of a mangled car in our public space. So I just want to bring these to the surface of public discourse. I want to keep reminding everybody that this is happening all the time. And again, this is the tip of the iceberg of what's actually going on out there. Next slide, please. I want to give everybody an update. We approved a project very similar to the one on the right of that Edison pole to be built on the lot to the left of that Edison pole. We approved that a few weeks ago. Some of us were kind of holding our noses because City Council pulled it to look at it, to review it, and I'm so glad they did, and I think they did a great job. One thing that was bothering me about this project is it's a through lot. So it goes all the way from this street, which is Meyer, all the way through to the other side of the block, which is Anaheim. And this is a huge block. And I saw that, I mean, a lot of us saw that as an opportunity to cut a giant block in half to improve walkability, improve connectivity within that neighborhood, within what's supposed to be a walkable neighborhood adjacent to downtown. Another thing that was bothering me was that for these 8 units that were being built, our code was requiring 26 on-site parking spaces. So that's over 3 parking spaces per unit. And if you have on-site parking, it's not just the parking. You need the space for the cars to get in and out, to maneuver. So what City Council allowed was a break on 2 units. So it's only, 2 spaces. So there ended up being 24 on-site parking spaces for 8 units. So 3 per unit still. But they gave them that break so that they could provide a pedestrian connection through this block, which I think was very wise. Next slide, please. And I made this kind of cute, kind of horrendous little map real quick, just of the neighborhood. The yellow are the streets, the orange are the alleys. And I look and I found all these little cut-throughs that exist, which improve walkability. That one in the middle on that darker block, that's the block in question. Imagine trying to get from one side of that to the other. If you have friends that live right behind you or just even 500 feet away, what you have to do to get there, you probably drive, right? You probably don't let your kids go over there on their own, right? I mean, it really does dampen mobility options. And there's a school right there too, something to think about. So that's a new cut through right there. We cut that giant block in half. So kudos to City Council for doing that. Wrapping up, next slide, please. So we have a lot of these lots in the city. And so I just wanted to use this opportunity because they just discussed this on Monday. These are skinny, deep lots, and we have them on the west side, we have them on the east side, we have entire blocks, and they're a challenge, right? Developers are posed with a puzzle that they have to figure out. And it seems like every time they have to ask for a bunch of exceptions because it's really hard to meet code, and they have to ask permission from the approving bodies, and everybody squirms a little bit, and we end up with a lot of mediocre projects. You get a lot of mediocre projects, you get a lot of mediocre streets, you end up with a mediocre neighborhood, right? I don't want to make a formal request or recommendation or anything. I just want to plant this seed in everyone's mind. Let's figure this out. Other cities have these sort of lots, and they build, these are called slot homes. There's a name. We don't have to reinvent the wheel. There's templates out there. We could take cue from them. Just one thing that got me thinking about this was the developer at the last minute learned there was a comparable project with a narrower driveway and tried to see if he could make that happen on his site at the last second. Let's get some ordinance or set of guidelines or some standards locked in so that developers know what the rules are, what the incentives are, and try to just lock in good design, because they're trying to make it work, but we want these to work well. We want these, a lot of our new housing that's coming in the city is in this form, in these slot home form. For the sake of the new residents that are moving into these places, for the sake of all the neighbors that live on the street and use the street and walk by these streets, simple things like end unit oriented towards the street without a wall sealing it off from the street, narrow driveways. There's a lot of little things that could be cut through opportunities, those sorts of things. So I just want to plant that seed. I hope that we could look at these and address them all at once so that we don't have to go through this thing every time somebody redevelops one. Next slide, please. Last slide, I promise. This is I Love Costa Mesa Day. It's coming up. It's always in May. We're very lucky to live in a city where this group, Trellis, is doing this sort of thing. If you want to give back to the community and help out, this is a great way to do it. So mark your calendars for May 15th. Sign up and get out there and get to know people. And there's a lot of family-friendly options if that's what you need. Just mark your calendars for that. But that's all my comments for tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Toller. Commissioner Russell.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I don't have any comments tonight.
Okay, thank you. Vice Chair Colbert.
No comments tonight, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. I just wanted to actually commend the Orange County Fairgrounds for the COVID vaccination system that they have going over there. I got my first vaccination last week, and it was very, very efficient, and was very impressed. I signed up through the Athena application. It worked well. A bit of a wait. Signed up in January, and I got the heads up last week. So, but the doctors who are administering the injections, and the support staff, and the volunteers who were helping direct traffic, it was really quite smooth. I was very, very impressed. So, personal choice, but I would encourage everyone to get a vaccine, and the sooner we do that, the quicker we'll be out of it. We're making great progress, moving through the up to the lighter colored tiers in a hurry, and We're supposed to be fully open according to the governor by June 15th. So looks like we might find light at the end of the tunnel, but as everybody knows and there's reading, there's variants out there. And so we don't want to let our guard down too much, but we do want to get opened up. So I would encourage you all to get a vaccine. With that, we move to consent calendar. There are no items on the consent calendar tonight. And so that will take us to public hearing item number 1. Julie, could you read that in the record, please?
Public hearing item number 1, zoning application 1968 for a plan signing program and development agreement 20-01 for Triangle Square at 1870 Harbor Boulevard and 1875 Newport Boulevard. This item was continued from the April 13th, 2020, February 8, 2021, and March 8, 2021 Planning Commission meetings. We have received public comments on this item that have been provided to the commission and made a part of the record. This is a call for any ex parte communications.
Okay, commissioners, any ex parte communications to report? Commissioner Toller?
Yes, I had a scheduled call with the representative of the applicant on Wednesday. We chatted for about 20 minutes on the changes that they've made to the project since the last planning commission meeting.
Okay, thank you very much, sir. Commissioner Torje.
Hi, I also had a meeting, scheduled conversation with the representative from the applicant and several conversations with members of the community.
Okay, Commissioner Zick.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I also had a telecon with the applicant's representative. I had several telephone calls with Costa Mesa residents, and I've received quite a number of emails from Costa Mesa residents. And lastly, I did a little bit of independent research relative to the cost structure in the development agreement, and that's what I have to disclose tonight. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Russell.
I had 2 phone calls with the applicant and a number of conversations with community members.
Okay, Vice Chair Colbert.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Had a number of conversations with the applicant's representative and also Mr. Luther, Ms. Arthur, and Ms. McDonald from the community, and multiple email correspondence with various members from the community as well.
Okay, thank you, sir. I had a telephone conversation today with Ms. McDonald. Had a telephone conversation with the applicant's representative last week. And have received multiple emails as well from members of the community. So we'll that'll wrap up our ex parte communications. Mr. Arias, the floor is yours.
All right, thank you. Good evening, Chair, Commissioners.
Yeah, Mr. Arias, before you begin tonight, I just want to, so the public understands. So at the last public hearing, we continued the public hearing. We had public comment. I had closed public comment. We will be reopening public comment tonight for comment from the public. So I want everybody to be aware of that. Okay, proceed, Mr. Arias.
No problem, thank you. Good evening, Chair, Commissioners. Justin Arias, Assistant Planner. As mentioned, this item is a continuation of the public hearing item from February 8th. To briefly summarize, the project involves a development agreement, which includes a request for a plan signing program for Triangle Square, including electronic signs to be used for on and off-site advertising. Triangle Square is located at 1870 Harbor Boulevard and 1875 Newport Boulevard. Triangle Square is bounded by West 19th Street, Newport Boulevard, and Harbor Boulevard. The property is zoned PDC, Planned Development Commercial, and has a general plan land use designation of Commercial Center. The application was heard by Planning Commission on February 8th, 2021, which after presentations, public comments, and discussion, the item was continued pending additional information on the city's sign code intent and clarifications to the proposed development agreement. At the March 8th meeting, the item was continued without discussion to tonight's meeting. The next couple slides will provide a brief history of the sign ordinances adopted throughout the years. In 1974, Ordinance 7425 adopted a comprehensive sign ordinance, which included the creation of plan signing programs as a discretionary application type. At that time, plan signing programs were reviewed by the Planning Commission with review standards and findings substantially the same as current code. At this time, plan sign programs had a minimum requirement in order to propose a plan signing program. The ordinance also contained a specific variance section with findings to match standard variance findings defined in state law. In 1995, Ordinance 9510 adopted amended sign regulations and also transferred the sign regulations from Title V to Title 13, the zoning code. The text for plan signing programs was maintained, but the procedures were modified to be processed by the minor conditional use permit process, which would be reviewed by the zoning administrator. And the findings were also slightly modified. In addition, with this ordinance, the variance and minor variances section was removed. Ordinance 9711, adopted in 1997, was a reformatting reorganization of the existing Title 13, which had not been comprehensively amended since 1960. And finally, in 2002, Ordinance 028 amended the sign regulations related to temporary banners and prohibited sign types. This amendment expanded the list of prohibited signs, including the prohibition on electronic changeable copy signs. Staff performed additional research into the types of deviations requested through the plan signing program application over the years. A wide range of deviations from the sign code standards have been requested and approved through the plan signing program application, including deviations from the prohibited signs section of the code. This slide, as well as the agenda report, provides a few recent examples of those approvals. Now I'll be turning it over to Jennifer Rosales, Transportation Manager, to present the next few slides.
Great. Thank you, Justin. Good evening, Planning Commissioners. Supplemental memorandum was provided to Planning Commission and posted online today to provide requested information from a Planning Commissioner regarding traffic collision data. Collision data was previously provided to Planning Commission and posted online on February the 8th. This slide shows the data that was previously provided, and it shows intersection 5-year collision history from 2016 to 2020 at Newport Boulevard, at 19th Street, and the intersection of Newport Boulevard at Harbor Boulevard. As shown in the slide, the total collisions over a 5-year period at Newport Boulevard at 19th Street is 61, consisting of 34 injury collisions. At Newport Boulevard at Harbor Boulevard, the total collisions over a 5-year period is 35, with injury collisions consisting of including 17 injury collisions. Oh, next slide. The collision data provided also included of the 5-year collision history for the entire segment, including intersections on Newport Boulevard between 19th Street to 18th Street. The total collisions over this entire section, including the intersections and the side streets leading to those intersections, was 134 total collisions, which included 70 injury collisions. I'd like to note that this collision history was not previously included in staff reports for this item, since past research conducted on digital message boards did not find any correlation with crashes. All right, next slide, please. This slide shows additional information provided in the supplemental memorandum today. It shows a list of intersections with the highest number of crashes in Costa Mesa from between 2016 and 2020 over the past 5 years. In the supplemental memorandum, it includes the top 20 intersections, but for the purposes of this presentation, I'm showing the top 10. As shown in this slide, Newport Boulevard at 19th Street does have the highest number of collisions in the city over the past 5 years. Just for context, Newport at 19th has the highest traffic volumes in the city, and traffic volume generally correlates with collisions. Just another note, Newport Boulevard is a Caltrans facility, and the proposed digital billboard signs at this site were approved by Caltrans, and there are no studies concluding that digital billboard signs have any effect on crash rates. I'll now hand the presentation back to Justin.
Perfect. Thank you, Jennifer. So next I'll be going over some of the revisions to the proposal since the last hearing. So this slide here provides the revisions to the sign plans that have been incorporated into their current proposal, which was shown at the February 8th Planning Commission meeting. Sign type 1 was proposed to be placed 5 feet lower on the dome. The size for sign type 2 was reduced from 600 square feet to 500 square feet. The placement for sign type 3 was revised so that the sign does not project above the building wall. In addition, the no content hours were revised, and the digital display refresh rate was revised from 1 display every 8 seconds to be 1 display every 20 seconds. In addition, and in response to feedback and questions at the last Planning Commission hearing, revisions have been made to the proposed development agreement. For section 1.1, clarification has been made between the terms commencement date and effective date, with commencement date being removed. Also, a definition for net advertising revenue was added. For section 4.1.2, regarding the city content allocation, the owner is proposing to set aside 1 20-second time spot per each sign for a minimum of 5 weeks per year, with the unused city allocation allowed to be used by the owner. In section 4.1.3, the owner is proposing a fixed fee payment annually to the city of $50,000 per each sign, or a total of $150,000 annually, regardless of the revenue, plus an annual 10% of the net advertising revenue over $1 million. For section 4.1.4, the net revenue distribution or disbursement, the owner is proposing each year to reinvest 50% of the annual net advertising revenue back from the signage back into the property. Within section 4.2.1, political advertisements were added to the list of prohibited advertising content. And in section 4.2.2, the term accretive has been revised to be reflective. Staff had also requested changes to include verbiage to tie the off-site advertisements to Costa Mesa specific location or addresses, but was not consented to by the owner. Public comments submitted to the Planning Commission public comment email on or before March 8th, 2021 were previously provided to the Planning Commission, were posted online, and are linked in the agenda report. Public comments received after the March 8th, 2021 meeting are provided as an attachment to the report. And to date, over 150 comments have been received on this item and have been provided to the Planning Commission. Required findings for the planned signing program applications are that the project is consistent with the intent of the sign code and general plan, consistent with each other in design and construction with respect to the sign style and shape, materials, letter style, colors, and illumination, that it is compatible with the buildings they identify, including materials, color, and design motif, and does not constitute a grant of special privilege. In addition, the required findings related to the development agreement are reflected in the draft resolution. As stated in the staff report, the Planning Commission has the following options: to either recommend the City Council approve the request, recommend the City Council approve the request with modifications, or recommend that City Council deny the request. With that, that concludes my presentation, and staff is available for any questions, and the applicant also has their own presentation.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Arias. I see Commissioner Russell and Vice Chair Colbert have questions of staff. So Commissioner Russell, go ahead.
No, I'd forgotten to take my hand down from the last thing. Sorry.
Oh, okay. Your arm must have been tired. Commissioner Zick.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. In the past, I've asked a number of questions, so I'm really down to just two questions, I think, at this point. And my first question is similar to a question I've asked previously, so let me start with that. And if I could direct my question to City Attorney, what I'm referring to is page 9. Let's see, wait, let me make sure I'm on the right page here. Excuse me. Yeah, handwritten page 9. So here's my question. And let me frame it this way. I'm looking at condition of approval number 17 on handwritten page 9. And this is the condition of approval, which essentially says that the applicant is required or would be required to pay for the city's attorneys that we would choose, our choice of city attorneys, in the event that there is legal action brought against the city, and it says arising out of the city's approval of the project. So let me ask the question this way and make sure I'm understanding the kind of the same answer. If we were to approve this application and signs are installed, and if there was a traffic accident, and let's just say a serious bodily injury occurred, maybe to a driver of a vehicle, maybe to a pedestrian, but some serious personal injury, and the city was sued. And the claim is made, whether they prove it or not, don't know. I'm not asking about that. But a claim is made that the city is liable and responsible because the driver was distracted by these signs. In the case of that kind of a lawsuit, does this condition of approval apply? Meaning, if the city were sued for that type of a situation, is the applicant required to foot the bill of defending the city with our chosen attorneys? I think the answer was yes last time. I'm just trying to validate that that was that I understood that correctly.
Commissioner Zick, the answer is Commissioner Zick.
Yes, sir.
The answer is yes.
Okay. And so thank you for that. And so with that in mind, and when this topic came up at our last meeting, then a question was asked relative to providing insurance protection for the city in the event somehow that this property owner or some subsequent property owner who would be obligated under that same condition somehow did not have sufficient funds to pay for that. So now I'm looking at handwritten page 30, and this is of the development agreement. And I'm looking specifically at section 6.5 on handwritten page 30. And it indicates here that the owner shall provide a insurance policy of not less than $2 million, and the city being named as an additionally insured. I'm assuming that this insurance policy and the nature of the coverage as it's described here would be the policy under which a collection could be made for that kind of a lawsuit if somehow courts deemed the city to be liable. Is that correct?
Correct. This would provide insurance for the city, although the indemnity obligations for the city would not be limited by the amount of the insurance. So it's a $2 million policy. They're required to name the city as an additional insured. So if they were sued and the city was sued, that insurance policy would be available to cover the city. Although if the insurance policy was exhausted, that would not allow the applicant to escape the obligations to reimburse the city for anything beyond that.
Great. Okay. Thank you for clarifying that. My second question, and I'm referring now to, if I can find it here, I want to be on handwritten page 26. I know I should have clipped all these together, darn it. Okay, I may have to form my question without having it in front of me. Handwritten page 26 talks about the prohibited content of the signs. And as part of that, there's sort of a general comment that talks about the city manager basically having an overarching discretion over the prohibition. But what I want to know is, absent the specific prohibitions that are listed on page 26, if I could ever find it. Let me frame the question this way. After the list of prohibitions, then there's a list of things that are allowed. And as I work through the list, I try to understand what this one means and what the next one means, and 50,000 square feet of a shopping center. Here's my question about that. Is there, okay, I'm not going to be very articulate with this question. So for example, a shopping center that's less than 50,000 square feet wants to put up a sign, or a fashion a business wants to run an ad. Maybe it's a national business, not even located in the city, but it isn't what we would call a high-end, I forget what that actual terminology is used. Oh, here I found it, I think. High-end fashion or professional sports organization. Maybe it's not a professional sports organization. My question is, would we actually prohibit a sports organization from running an ad under this provision that says they have to be a professional sports organization, and maybe it's an amateur organization wanting people to, I don't know, sign up or something, and they pay money to run the ad? Or if there's a product or service available that's reflective of the city brand. I mean, could somebody give me an example of a product or service that is not reflective of the city brand, where we'd say, no, you can't advertise that thing? In other words, I'm trying to get the idea in my head that other than the prohibited uses, aren't we basically saying you can run an ad for anything? Other than the prohibited uses, you could run an ad for anything. That's kind of my question, and I apologize for not being very articulate. Like, is there a product or service you can think of for which we'd say, no, you can't run an ad for that, that isn't on the prohibited list?
Commissioner Zek, you addressing that covers the question to myself or to staff?
Probably to staff. I guess I'd start. I was going to say to anybody that might have an answer, but really, to be fair to staff. We put a lot of words here to what's allowed, and I'm just thinking, wouldn't we say you can do anything other than what's prohibited? That's what I'm kind of poking at.
And so Commissioner Zick, I'll start with an answer, and then Ms. Emery, if you'd like to weigh in as well with some additional information, that would be great. Essentially what we've tried to do is articulate specific prohibited signs, and then also to put what I'll call some sort of boundaries around what we consider to be approvable signs. And then I think the section that you were looking for was 4.2.3 that had the specific role of the city manager in determining whether, if there are disputes between what is prohibited and what is allowed. Right. So certainly it's hard to articulate every possible scenario in an agreement. So what we've tried to do is essentially put put some boundaries on allowed signs. So the way that we've done that is to describe something that's reflective of the city's brand, something that products and services available in the city, and then some examples of what those types of businesses would be. So we haven't gone to the level of determining what those types of businesses specifically would not be, since I think that that's something that would be determined on a case-by-case basis as we review the individual proposals. So that's my answer for that one. And then Ms. Emery, if you have anything to add, please do.
Actually, Ms. Lee, I think your answer satisfies me. I think I'm understanding it better. And let me, and Ms. Emery can respond to this as well if she wants. But so what I'm hearing you basically saying is that it's pretty challenging to come up with an all-inclusive, exhaustive list of what's prohibited. So this list of what's allowed is intended to try to help draw the distinction between what would be prohibited and what we'd like to see. And if something comes up that isn't what we'd like to see, that's where the discretion of the city manager comes in to say, okay, we didn't specifically say that's prohibited, but what you're proposing there, we don't want. Is that basically what you were trying to say?
I think, commissioners, if that's, yeah, you hit it. And I think the 4.2.2 is basically providing direction or goals toward the developer as to the types of tenants that we want to see. Jennifer mentioned the word boundaries, and I think goals is another way of looking at it. We couldn't come up with an exhaustive list of everything we wouldn't want. And then wherever there's a dispute, we have an opportunity to resolve that through the city manager process.
Okay, and then just to be clear, and this is going to sound a little bit repetitive from previous line of questioning I had at another meeting. If the applicant wanted to run an ad or accept an advertisement from Mercedes-Benz, we don't have any new car Mercedes-Benz dealers in the city, but if they wanted to run an ad for the latest model of Mercedes-Benz, would they be allowed to do that? Product or service available for sale in the city, one could argue you could buy a Mercedes, just not from a new car dealer. Would that kind of an ad be allowed?
So this is one that's probably close to the line, obviously. So I think that we've specifically called out car dealerships, and certainly there are used car dealerships in Costa Mesa that I'm sure sell used Mercedes. So I think we would fall back on some of the goals and whether or not the brand was reflective of Costa Mesa, and then to point to some information we provided in the staff report that we did hear a concern from the commission at the last meeting that maybe we wanted to try to focus advertisements for this example on Costa Mesa specific businesses or Costa Mesa specific addresses. We did raise that with the applicant and went back and forth for some time, but ultimately it was not included in the agreement. So I think the overall answer to your question is yes, but certainly there's some goals and boundaries in the agreement that we would be looking to ensure that we were happy with the content overall.
Okay, so presuming that, and I wasn't looking for an example close to the line as much as I'm really trying to understand what, so that the city manager is able to, focus her time on managing the city and not doing exhaustive ad reviews. So then let me ask this: if a Newport Beach car dealer wanted to run an ad because they sell a car brand different than what any of our Costa Mesa car brands offer, would that ad be acceptable? And by the way, my first example is simply a Mercedes automobile. Nothing about a name of a dealer, nothing about an address where you'd actually get it. Just here's a nice brand new Mercedes automobile, you ought to get one. Well, my second question, my second example here is more specific now, where it is a car dealer, a Newport Beach car dealer who sells a brand not available from a new car dealer in Costa Mesa. Would that ad be acceptable? It would give their name, it'd give their address, it's in Newport Beach. Is that acceptable?
I would say that I do not find that example reflective of the Costa Mesa brand. So that would be my determination. Certainly the city manager would need to provide feedback through the process that we've outlined in the development agreement, but that would be my advice.
So can I get just a general idea of what we're trying to get our arms around here? Because I'm a dummy and I'm figuring that.
Well, my question's been answered. Actually, I'm done with my questions. That
Okay.
answered the question.
Okay, I'm just trying to figure out because city managers, God bless Lorianne, come and go. So the list is probably going to move all over the place with different city managers in terms of what's allowed and what's not. So I don't know that we're going to be able to define with any certainty what is allowed and not allowed.
Well, and other people might have questions along the same line, but
They might.
But I'm understanding the answer, so I appreciate that. And that's it for me right now. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Torje.
Great, thank you, Chair. I have one question for staff, and it has to do with intent. On handwritten page 4, there is a note, one of the findings. The first finding A is that the intent of the prohibition on electronic signs was to prohibit signs of flashing, moving, or intermittent lighting because surrounding properties, particularly residential properties, may be impacted by the lighting effects. But our code actually says this lighting is prohibited in all zones. So my question is, how was the intent interpreted for residential zones when the code says all zones? Was there a finding made historically? Was there something that came up at City Council? Or is our interpretation of that intent the residential piece?
So our interpretation was residential uses are going to be more sensitive to impacts across the board from businesses, whether it's lighting or noise or any other thing. So we focused for purposes of the finding on residential uses, but you're correct in the language of the code.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thanks. Anybody else? I have a few questions. I'm saving them until after the applicant's presentation and public comment. But just the one question I'm trying to just figure out. Staff report, page 7, section 4.1.2, city content allocation. Says the owner is proposing to set aside for the city content allocation 1 20-second time spot per each of the 3 signs for a minimum of 5 weeks per year. So what I'm trying to understand is that 20 seconds worth of signs that add up to 5 weeks? Or is that 1 20-second sign, 1 20-second spot per sign over a 5-week period? That means one goes here, one goes here, but in other words, basically maybe 15 spots the city gets throughout the year. I'm trying to understand. Is that 20 seconds cumulative to 5 weeks?
Chair, the intent is, if you recall, we had 10% allocation to begin with, which seemed not specific. So we decided to work with the developer to come up with something that was more definitive, equal to the 10%, and 5 weeks seemed more so. So I think the idea would be, let's say an example would be, you would have 5 weeks over the year, and quarterly, this is just an example, quarterly, you would get 1 week. The city would get 1 week. And during that week, the rotation period of the advertising content that we would have, so however many advertisements are included in that rotation, we would have an advertisement during that time frame. So I don't know how many, I mean, the developer may know how many actual advertisements are included within a rotation, but one of those advertisements during that week or during those 5 weeks would be allocated to the city.
Okay. I'm not sure that makes it clear, but it'll speak to something I'm wondering about that we'll get to later. That does it for me. Any other commissioners have any questions? Okay, we will continue the public hearing and ask the applicant if they are present. And I will also ask the applicant if they have read the findings in tonight's staff report and the conditions of approval and the draft development agreement, and if you agree with all of that.
I have to hear.
Chairman DeArcle.
Yes, Ms. Newman.
Good evening. Yes, we are here, and yes, we have read the staff report. We have read the development agreement, and we've read the resolutions. We do have a PowerPoint, but I'm not quite ready to have that turned on yet in terms of movement, Justin. But first of all, thank you very much, Chairman DeArcle and members of the Costa Mesa Planning Commission. And again, thank you very much for staff. As you know, as a commission, we have been working on this since April of last year. This project has had actually almost to the day, a one year continuance. I woke up this morning and read my newspaper, and across its banner it said, "Dream digitally." And we are doing that tonight in hopes that the sign program for Triangle Square, which includes LED digital signage, receives your approval. With me this evening at Government Solutions is Katie Newman, our Senior Associate in charge of Community Outreach and Graphic Design. Additionally, with me this evening is the owner of Triangle Square, Tyler Mateen of Cannon Commercial. After my introductions of the team, Tyler will give us some introductory comments before we actually start our PowerPoint. The sign program before you this evening was designed by an internationally acclaimed sign company, Selbert Perkins Design. And with them is the principal's firm, Cliff Selbert, and he is joined by Rachel Rosa, the project manager for the sign program. We also have a very nationally acclaimed Lighting Design Alliance. They were selected by the city staff for this project as they did do the lighting analysis for SoCo. With them is Chip Israel, the president of the firm, and he will be presenting tonight. And joining him is Alex Stepnowski, the project manager for this work effort. Finally, our legal team, Nossaman, is represented by Mary Lynn Coffey, partner, and Samantha Savoni, associate. As I mentioned earlier, we have reviewed all of the staff report, the conditions of approval, and the development agreement, and we appreciate all the hard work that has gone into that over this last year. Just want to make a few comments, as I did last time. We do want to request from the chair that after the public comments are received, we are granted some time for rebuttal if needed. And
yes,
with
ma'am,
that,
you'll have it.
Thank you, sir. And with that, I want to introduce Tyler Mateen.
Dear Chairman DeArcle and Planning Commissioners Zick, Torje, Toller, Colbert, and Russell, thank you for taking the time to hear about the modifications to Triangle Square's sign program made since our last public hearing. The Triangle team and I have spent the last 2 months working with city staff to further modify the sign program and make a much stronger plan that has meticulously dealt with the public concerns and issues that have been rightfully brought up. As staff has noted, and as you all hear this evening, to address safety concerns, we have agreed to recommended 20 seconds instead of the previously proposed 8-second clips between screen changes. This has brought down the potential revenue for these signs that they can generate, but after additional research and further national statistical analysis, we believe it undoubtedly prevents potential safety issues brought up by the community. To address revenue allocation concerns and the idea that these signs will not directly benefit the center, Triangle Square has also agreed to allocate at least 50% of the revenues to go directly back into the center for capital improvements and programs. To address the hours of operation, Triangle Square has also agreed to limit the hours of operation for the signs, so they turn off earlier Sunday through Wednesday. All digital signs will be required to be turned off on Sunday through Wednesday from 12 a.m. till sunrise, and Thursday through Saturday from 2 a.m. till sunrise. These changes create a win-win for both the residents of Costa Mesa and Triangle Square together. Triangle Square is an extension of the community, and the success of the center as a thriving entertainment hub will benefit downtown Costa Mesa and the greater community when it operates at its optimal capacity and creates 750 plus jobs. Since the last public hearing, the resulting buzz that has been created, we have had 7 inquiries to sign leases at the center, and if the digital signage plan is approved, they will be signing leases. These signs are absolutely necessary for the center to succeed, and we hope to finally win your support with this collaboratively improved signage plan. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Tyler. Chairman DeArkel and members of the commission, I do want to point out to you that we realize this is our 3rd public hearing, and the last one was lengthy. So for commissioners and the community's sake, we have abbreviated our presentation and are only covering key points we believe that bear repeating or have emphasis from our last hearing of February 8th. We have removed items such as the static signs and the background on Triangle Square. I want to point out again, though, based on the amount of community letters that seem to be concerned about particular items, we have no neon, no blinking, no video or animation. And I think that addresses a great amount of the community concerns and issues. Additionally, as it relates to safety, we'll hear this evening that the 20-second change to the signs makes the signs completely 100% safe. Okay, let's get started. Justin. Again, as I said, here is our team. Again, we have a world-class team with us this evening, and we are proud to be able to present. Next. Why are we here? Our proposal. A lot of people in the community have asked this, and again, it's that we are required, as staff has noted, to get a plan signing program. The staff has done an excellent job in the staff report discussing this, but in terms of square footage of signage and LED signage, we do need a plan signing program. Additionally, even if that was not part of this, a development agreement does have to go to both the Planning Commission and to the City Council, which outlines content and prohibited content and the revenue dollars that will go to the City of Costa Mesa. Next. Briefly, as we have talked before, we did do extensive community outreach. I know there still are concerns out there, but we've done the best we can. We are experts in this field. We've been doing community outreach for more years than I want to even describe. But and as it relates to Triangle Square, we did do a meeting on October 7th. And of course, these all had to be done Zoom, October 8th, October 14th, November 30th. 3,500 invitations were set out, and they're per the area that's in tan. And we also met with the Chamber of Commerce on January 27th, and we had the opportunity to touch base with the South Coast Alliance Executive Director. Next, please. Next, thank you, Justin. Our proposal, again, we've said it and we'll say it again. We are really trying to bolster tenant support and to revitalize our presence and add vibrance to the downtown of Costa Mesa. We want to sustain and attract top-notch tenants. And luckily, I want to do a shout out. We've been very fortunate that many of our tenants have been able to reopen and are operating. And we're very happy about that. We want to sustain that. We want to maximize the financial benefits of our geographic location, elevate our communication through adaptable methods, And that's one of the really important parts of LED signage, is that they are adaptable so that a variety of entities do get to advertise here. The city has an opportunity, as well as the tenants and the paid ads. And we want to contribute to the community with vibrant offerings and revenue. Next. Just as an example, for those of you that are into health and vitality, we were real excited that Alo Yoga, who is one of the hottest upcoming retailers, has shown a strong interest in this. And for you that have done development or in the retail world, you know how difficult it is to get a future tenant to actually put their logo on a letter. And Alo has done this here. They are very excited about the opportunity to be able to come to Costa Mesa. They are one of the fastest growing national athletic leisure brands, and most of their sales are online. Their headquarters are in LA, and they are definitely looking to have a bricks and mortar store here in Orange County, and they are looking at Costa Mesa. And as the executive from Alo says, signage and brand awareness are key factors when signing a lease in the ever-changing retail landscape. We have reviewed the signs and have strong support. Next. Another major tenant, Aspire Salon Studios, does have a number of locations, and they have reviewed the sign program. And in fact, they tried to call in last time in support. Oh, they did call in. Okay, they were on the line and showed their support. And they are, again, absolutely and unconditionally supportive of the placement of these signs and what it would do to their tenancy. I've been asked some questions about what differences this make to tenants. And I think these letters show that it makes a great difference. And then the last one for new tenants is Cha-Cha Matcha. That's a fun word to say. They are another up and coming hot new tenant who's providing a healthy product, and they are extremely excited to be able to come to the opportunity to come to Costa Mesa, and are supportive and hopeful that the sign program does get approved. And this letter is written by Matthew Morton. I know it's small on the screen, but it is written by the founder of Cha-Cha Matcha. Next. And then examples of tenant programming. Again, our existing tenants, we're so proud that the Starlight Cinema has reopened. We're hopeful that they'll be able to make announcements about discounted movie nights, for example, Taco Tuesdays at La Vida Cantina, Football Sundays at Yard House. These are just examples of ways that tenants would be able to use these signs, or upcoming performances at the nighttime nightclub. Again, as you heard last time, our tenants are extremely supportive of these signs, and they do believe it is important for the vibrance and longevity of Triangle Square. Finally, examples of community programming. Some suggestions have been events at the nearby Norma Herzog Community Center, such things. And I think hopefully we will be done with the COVID-19 vaccinations, but by the time these signs get approved and up. But if they were up today, one of the things that could have been their announcing of where there were vaccination locations. Okay, with that, I'm going to turn over the digital signing program to Cliff Selbert from Selbert Perkins. Cliff.
Thank you, Cora, and thank you, Chairman, and thank you, City Council, for tonight's meeting, and thank you, public, for your comments. Obviously, we've heard a lot about the signs here, and we've worked very hard to be responsive to your requests. So each one of these signs has been reduced in size, changed its location to protect views, and I want to emphasize that there is no neon. Again, I'm going to do it again. No neon, no blinking, and no animation. So a lot of the issues that have been asked, we've really attempted to address them. The original proposal for this sign at the corner of Harbor and Newport was 600 square feet. Next slide, please. And now we're proposing to reduce that sign to 500 square feet. That's the current proposal. Next one, the digital sign at 19th and Harbor extended above the roof line. I think people felt it wasn't sensitive to the building, so we moved it down. And the current proposal integrates with the building. The windows that it's covering actually are kind of fake. There's nothing behind them. So this is actually a great solution, and we can really integrate it into the architecture of the building very seamlessly. And then the dome wrap. The original proposal was a sign that was taller and also had changing images at every 8 seconds. So as you've heard, we're going to make this sign smaller. So if you look at the next slide, our proposal is to lower the sign, leave the glass band at the top, which exists today, and reduce the frequency of signage to every 20 seconds. That will also, with advanced technology, we can really control the brightness of this sign. And that means we can control the brightness of this sign more than you could control it today with static signage. Digital signage gives us the opportunity to really modulate the light, and we can maintain very appropriate light levels, and for the most part, lower light levels than exist today on some of these signs. Chip will go into more detail on some of that. So that shows the current proposal for this sign, which is 1,200 square feet. Now, the existing dome wrap is 120 feet long and extends practically around, almost 3/4 of the building, if not a bit more. We're proposing a sign that's 58 feet long, and that's obviously much shorter, less than half the length of the current sign that's out there. And this also will allow us to have much less light trespass into the neighborhood. Those ends of that sign actually cast a lot of light into the neighborhood, so we're eliminating that as requested. Next slide, please. So when you look at it, the current existing dome wrap is in blue. It's 10 feet 6 inches high, but extends almost around the entire building. We're proposing a sign that's a little wider, but much shorter, and ultimately a little less square footage overall. And again, because it doesn't extend around the building, there's much less light trespass into the neighborhoods. And also its lower height helps us to block any imagery that would pass into the neighborhoods. Next slide, please. So as we look at this from, I think it's Church Street, the existing dome signage on the left is actually visible, and that top window is visible, and obviously the dome is visible. The proposed dome that we, proposed LED signs that we proposed originally, you can see in the purple right there. So the neighborhood asked us to lower the sign. So what we're currently proposing is on the right, and just a sliver of it is visible from this spot, from the sidewalk. None of it will be visible. So we've listened to the neighborhood, we've reduced the size of the sign, we've lowered the sign, and also technologically, we will be able to control the light with very advanced technology that wasn't ever available previous to this. Next slide, please. So we're going to show you some quick videos that give you a feel for how bright these signs are in context in real time. So as you can see, as the night sky comes around, the sign is not an extremely bright sign. We can control that. It's equal to the ambient light in the neighborhood. And these do show 8-second changes, but we're changing that to a 20-second change. So essentially, these will feel like static signs that have like a light box, really, but we can control that light. So you can see they're not super bright signs. They are modulated to be appropriate for the neighborhood. Next slide. At 19th and Church, you can see the sign, and as it gets into the evening hours, it essentially is equalized or dimmer than some of the ambient light around it. And again, will run at a 20-second interval. So much longer than I'm even talking here today. And then if we could go to the next one. Next, so at Flower Street, same condition. You can see we've shortened the length so that that wall facing us to the left will not have any imagery on it at all. We've lowered the sign and we could see all the other businesses in the area, and we could see the brightness is certainly within reason and within the type of light that we're seeing throughout the neighborhood. And then I think we have one more, looking for Broadway. So you can see a little piece of that digital sign here. And as the night sky darkens, you can see that again, is very modulated and moderated, an appropriate level of light for the neighborhood. So we know people have had concerns, but we've tried to address every one of those concerns. And I want to assure you one more time, there's no neon, no blinking, and we can reduce the glare and we can meet all of the codes required. I'm now going to pass this to Chip to give you more detail on the lighting issues.
Great. Thank you, Cliff. Hello, my name is Chip Israel with Lighting Design Alliance, and I'd like to start off first of all by saying we were recommended by staff to provide an unbiased evaluation of the signage for this project. We were not recommended by the ownership. We're really here to provide an unbiased look at this project. And to us, that's very, very important. And that recommendation came upon doing many of these similar types of studies for many cities and actually many states. You've heard multiple times about the static nature, the no neon blinking video, etc. But at the same time, we keep hearing comments from the residents, equally valid, about we don't want this to be Las Vegas. And I have to share with you, we've designed over 50 casinos, including the largest ones on the Strip, from the Venetian to Bellagio to even the Park most recently. The difference between Las Vegas and Costa Mesa, or really any other area except for maybe Times Square, is the IES, the Illuminating Engineering Society, defines that through their MLO, Model Lighting Ordinance, of an LZ4, which is basically one of the most brightest environments. I would classify this as an LZ3, a more toned down commercial urban area. And why is that important? When we start to go through our slides of lighting intensities, that's based upon the ambient light. So because we're classifying this at a lower level, that actually means our light levels will be lower. So having said that, I want to share again that the sign from previous evaluations is now smaller, it's physically lower, and it's dimmer, and it's static based upon this 20-second regeneration process. And having met that 20 seconds with all of the other criteria I'll talk about, now it exceeds the most stringent lighting recommendations for digital signs, which is the IES RP 39-19. So having said that, first slide, please. The most important is we do a lot of these studies and these evaluations, and we're really trying to narrow it down on two main factors. One is glare, and basically the intensity or how hot or bright the sign looks to people. That's typically defined in candelas per meter square, or perhaps called nits. And the next one is typically light trespass. How much light is portraying or penetrating off of the site, and that's typically documented in foot candles or in lux levels. So while our presentation is exactly the same as what we've done, our calculations are all updated. As everyone has shown you, the signs have changed in both location and in size, so we've gone back to redo the calculations, and each time the impact has been lessened by these changes, which is very important. It hasn't raised up. You heard that this is under the jurisdiction of Caltrans. It's been approved already by Caltrans as the authority, but more importantly, to ensure that we create the safest possible environment for the residents and pedestrians and vehicular traffic, we went through every applicable code that's above, in other words, in greater intensity or scrutiny. That included the California Code of Regulations, as I mentioned, the IESNA, which is an independent group, so people from both sides of the argument, and if, as I said, recommendations in the form of RP 39-19. We went through the complete California Vehicular Code, Caltrans, and even the California Outdoor Advertising Act. One that we also did was California CEQA, which is the Environmental Quality Act, and we'll talk about that on the next slide, please. So what are the results of this? This sign meets or exceeds all of these requirements. And we couldn't say that if we did not believe it and if we did not prove it. And the ownership team has ensured that they will conform to all of this. And the most important aspects now are really the maximum brightness. That's how intense the sign will look. Really important, the California Vehicle Code is the most stringent. They allow 1,715 nits. We are actually going by 300 nits. As you can see, literally 1/5 the allowable intensity, just to ensure that at nighttime, this does not become a visual impact on anyone in the area. During the daytime, the sun is out, it's much brighter. In order for the sign to even be visible, we're proposing the 7,000 nits. And once again, the actual allowable is 850 or 8,500 nits. So once again, we're underneath that impact. So that has to deal with the brightness of the sign. The most important issue to many of the residents is how it will impact their residential property. To give you a sense, CEQA, California Environmental Quality Act, says that 2 foot candles, 2.00 foot candles is allowable on residential adjacent sites. The IESNA and the Outdoor Advertising Act limits that to 0.7. Based upon true dimensions of where neighbors are, where the signs are, what brightnesses will be operating, we could not calculate anything greater than 0.1 foot candle. And that's probably going to be 1/10 of what the adjacent street lighting is. So we've calculated this for brightness as well as the light trespass. And I think probably the most important thing is we all have seen bad signs and good signs. And the technology has changed greatly since this technology was first adopted. We have controls, and these are mandated measures that will be incorporated into the signage package. First of all, daylight sensors. That will adjust the intensity. So as the sun goes down, or even if a large cloud would come and block the sun, the sign is actually going to start to dim down automatically. That's what gets us from the 7,000 nits level down to the 300 nits level, done automatically. It's not programming, it's not up to a person. The most important thing is the astronomical time clock. This controls the light levels based upon the day and the time. And as you heard Tyler share, that on weekends, basically Thursday to Saturday from 2 a.m. to sunrise, the sign will be dark, dormant, off. During the week, it actually turns off earlier, starting at midnight through sunrise. These are great, I'm going to say, benefits to the adjacent neighborhood to ensure that the dark skies are uniform and received throughout the entire year. And even additional elements. There's a technology called a celiometer that basically, if fog will come in, clouds, heavy moisture, it will actually dim the sign down. And what that does is it eliminates the sky haze or the light scatter that creates that glowing golf ball of light. So as you can see, with these recommendations, by not only limiting the time that the sign's on, to lowering the intensity of the sign, putting in these automatic controls to make sure that these limits will always be achieved, that this project, along with the delay now to 20 seconds, conforms to all of the prerequisites or recommendations for signage so that we can create the safest possible advertising available. So thank you, and we'll answer questions at the end. Thanks. Oh, wait, sorry, I had one more. I think what's really important is, as I said, we've gone through to modify all of our calculations. And the first one was to go through Newport and Harbor Boulevards. That intersection, the size of the sign was physically reduced down. We've redone the calculations for that. And most importantly, or secondarily, on 19th and Harbor, we've done the same thing to redo the calculations. And as I said earlier, that all of the intensities and the light transmissions all dropped accordingly, both with the relocation and the physical size change. So we've gone through all of the changes that the applicant has recommended to make sure there was just by no chance any negative impact to the project. And I think the final change, number 3, this is the one that by going from 8 seconds to 20 seconds, while it creates a financial difficulty for the ownership, ensures that it is safe and it meets all of those IES recommendations. So now I think I'm done. Thank you.
Thank you, Chip. The next slide, please, Justin. Oh, here we are. Okay, and commission and community, we're on our last leg of our presentation, again, trying to keep it brief as much as we can and still make our points. A tremendous, as you can see, a tremendous amount of work has been done on this proposal, and particularly from the input we received from the commission and the community. And one of the comments that was given to us is that we really should go back and look at the 2010 proposal, because it's being, people have said you proposed this in 2010. Well, we didn't propose this in 2010. I think it's important that there is an entirely new application from new owners, new design team who have simplified the design and incorporated signage into the building architecture. We have a Caltrans preliminary approval, and we are not proposing animated theater lights or animation of any kind. Next, please. This shows the difference of, it was sort of a force fit of what was being proposed in the prior 2010. This is the location of the Keys on Main existing sign. You can see the difference in the way that we're fitting the sign to the building architecture. Next, please. I think most importantly, and when I saw this, I understand why the community was alarmed, because the previous application did do the things that people are concerned about. It was a LED animated theater light frame, and it had animated lights around the, like Broadway type lights around the BIM, plus it was much bigger. So that was then, but we have listened, and what we're proposing really addresses all the concerns that were launched at that sign at that time. Next, please. And then finally, I understand that it would have been easy to have those concerns given the previous proposal in 2010, but our proposal for the dome is almost 50% less in length, circumference, than the 2010 LED animated theater light frame. So I think we've made tremendous progress in listening to the community and these points. And I'm hopeful that the community in general will see the listening that we've done. Next, please. Again, in the conditions of approval, they're very clear. If you pull them open, and you'll see condition number 8 talks about the refreshing. I'm sorry, jumped around. Refresh frequency. Oh, excuse me. I'm good. Number 7 is no flashing or animation at any time. Number 13 is the dimmable system that Chip talked about, that has the celiograph that addresses to weather. So again, that's not a man operation, it's being operated by a very sophisticated computerized system that measures weather and adjusts the signs accordingly. We have a third-party confirmation of light levels for adjacent residents. That's condition number 14. Next, please. Condition number 8, actually, it's funny, was 8 seconds before. It is now the refresh frequency has changed from every 8 seconds to once every 20 seconds. That's a 50%, more than 50% reduction in the frequency change. We were asked that at the last commission meeting by Commissioner Zick. We agreed to it, and we are holding to it. Also, we were asked on the digital signage to be turned off, if we would turn it off at certain hours. I also believe that was Commissioner Zick. I could be wrong, but I do think he asked that question, and we did agree to do that. Many of the changes that have occurred in this plan came from community comments and commissioner comments. Finally, on the development agreement, I'm not going to go over this again. For some reason, I'm not, maybe the city attorney can assure people that a development agreement is a legal agreement between the applicant and the city, but there seems to be a lot of concern that the city cannot hold to these standards. But we are restricting ourselves way beyond what signage is in the general Costa Mesa community. So this is a very strong effort at content restriction. Finally, what can be advertised, and I think Commissioner Zick was spending some time on this earlier, but this is what's in the DA. Next, please. Also, it talks about shopping centers of at least 50,000 square feet, SoCo and South Coast Plaza, if they so chose, could advertise here. I think our answer on number 3 to a question one of the commissioners had was, could Fletcher Jones, that's in Newport Beach, advertise here? As the applicant, we would say no. That dealership could not be here. Could the Lexus dealership be here? No, it's not in Costa Mesa. But is the Audi dealership eligible? Yes, it's on Bristol in Costa Mesa. So that's how we are reading this and understanding it. And I hope that the city does too. We are very pro Costa Mesa, and we're here to do this to support Triangle Square and support Costa Mesa businesses. Development changes on that are there. Again, these were all questions given to us during the hearing proceedings. City allocation was actually a staff clarification that came through. We did spend a lot of time, as you know, at the last commission meeting on the when does the city get the money was one of the big things. So we got rid of that 3 years. So it's to be paid in 1 year after the term. And then there was a request to have an absolute minimum. So we do have 150 minimum annually to the city of Costa Mesa. And that's in the agreement, even if no revenues are generated. So that was a big question to the city. After term starts, I'm sorry, to be paid after the term starts. And then 1 million, 10% of the net revenues in excess of $1 million. So there's a guarantee of a minimum, and then there's an upside for the city to share in. The section 4.1.4 goes into a lot of detail. There was a lot of questions by the commission on this topic. I'm hearing from the applicant that the tenants were thrilled that this got added, that 50% of the net revenue from the third-party ads would be required to be spent on Triangle Square capital improvements. I won't read you the whole list, but it's very detailed on what those improvements are. And then finally, I think Tarquin, our city attorney, did point out that there is additional liability insurance in section 6.5, which was also a lot of questions from the commission last time. So in conclusion, we believe we are ready for a decision this evening. We are hopeful and respectfully request an approval from the Planning Commission. We've worked very hard to address every issue that has been given to us. from our signage team, from our lighting design team, from a developer side, from our legal team. We've really worked hard to get here tonight, and we really look forward to a success and asking your approval respectfully. That concludes our comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Newman and Mr. Mateen, and thank you to your team for thorough presentations. It's appreciated. Commissioners, do you have any quick comments of the applicant or questions of the applicant, and then we'll move on to public comment. Commissioner Zick.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Well, first of all, I'd like to thank Ms. Newman and her team for what clearly has been as much hard work, I think, as staff has been making in trying to respond to the various comments, questions, concerns, inputs, et cetera. So, it's clear that the people are working hard on this. Let me start with my first question, and it relates to the condition of approval number 14 on handwritten page 9. We just saw some slides and some information from the lighting consultant that referenced this 0.74 foot candle threshold. Again, I'm on condition of approval number 14, handwritten page 9. But in the slide the consultant presented, they indicated that the lighting level at the adjacent residential properties would be at 0.1. And so I can't help but think that this ought to be saying 0.1. If that's what you say it's going to be, that's part of the, well, I don't want to say it's part of the pitch, but it's information you've provided. So why isn't this saying 0.1 rather than the 0.74? That's my first question. And I think that's either to Ms. Newman or her consultant team.
I will ask Mr. Israel, can you answer that? So the language is right now, he probably doesn't have this in front of him like I do. The final commissioning of the system shall be completed on site by a third-party contractor to confirm and verify that no adjacent residential properties are receiving light levels that exceed 0.74 foot candle threshold and shall be verified and calibrated with a light meter. So Commissioner Zick would like to know, can that be lowered?
The answer is yes, it can. What we base the recommendation upon is, once again, code requirements. And what you have to understand, it's not the cumulative effects equaling 0.74. It's the additional lighting that is added by this sign. So that's very important. So if you would take a light meter, and there's a difference between horizontal and vertical foot candles, but imagine vertical holding the light meter up and down. If you read 0.5 foot candles from street lights, other residences, those types of things, what our calculation is showing that it would go from 0.5 to 0.6, or that additional 1/10 of a foot candle. I understood the question the first time is, could you make it more restrictive to say it would never exceed 0.1? That would be up to Tyler. Our calculations are based upon the data that we were given by the sign manufacturers. So we would feel confident that that would be achievable. But to be honest with you, 0.1 is within the accuracy of a light meter. So it just depends upon how close and accurate your light meter is. So I'm not trying to sidestep the issue whatsoever. The answer is it should conform to the 0.1, but the law requires the 0.74.
So I appreciate that response. Let me push back on that for a second. So I'm not a lighting engineer or a lighting specialist. I'm relying on the information that you presented. So I don't know how you measure it. I don't know how you calculate it. I saw a slide though that made it appear to me as if you said that the maximum threshold is 0.74, but that what you're going to deliver is 0.1. And if what you're telling me is the max is 0.74 and you're going to deliver 0.1, then it seems to me that this ought to be saying in the condition of approval that you're going to be delivering 0.1, not the maximum of 0.74. I don't know if that's a fair way to ask the question, but that's the way I interpreted your slide.
Yes, Commissioner, this is Cora Newman. I think what Chip is trying to say is that yes, could you give us a minute to wordsmith this? Because I hear what you're saying and we can agree to that. We won't add more than the 0.1, but the existing residential might already have light. That's why that's saying that. It's a cumulative number.
Okay,
So,
I'll move on with my next question if you want to noodle that one for a while.
Thank you.
So my next couple of questions, and I'm not sure if they're going to be for you, Ms. Newman, or for Mr. Mateen, but refresh my memory real quick. When did your ownership of the property begin?
November 2017, Mr. Zick.
November 2017, okay. And do you have are you able to rattle off the top of your head approximately what your vacancy rate was at that time and maybe into 2018, maybe even into 2019?
We were at 94%, 91% occupancy when we acquired the property. Today we're about 70 something percent, but we could dip below that depending on what happens, over the next couple months.
Okay, so for the couple of years in 2018 and 19, when you had full control of the property, vacancy rate, well, the vacancy was say 6%, your occupancy rate was 94%. Let me first ask the question this way. In terms of your financial your financial support of the property, do you follow GAAP? Do you separate and categorize expense dollars versus capital dollars in terms of your maintenance and operations?
Generally speaking, yes, that is something we do, correct.
So clearly, if you completely repainted the building, that would not be a capital expenditure, agreed?
That would be a tenant, or that would be a capital expenditure.
You would consider repainting the building a capital expenditure?
Correct.
It adds life and value to the building and you would depreciate that?
I don't know if painting a building is depreciable. I'm not an accountant, but in general, that would be a capital improvement.
Okay, all right. So let me accept that that's your view of it. So my question then is, do you know off the top of your head what your operations, maintenance, capital budget was for the property in 2018 and 2019? In other words, the annual amount of investment you make in the property in terms of the operations, maintenance, capital.
No, I don't. I don't know.
No idea?
No.
Okay. Okay, and then my next financial related question, do you have any way of knowing or projecting what your anticipated gross ad revenue will be for the advertising? And I'm not saying what the first year or second year, but
Sure.
do you have a projection?
We were hoping to reach somewhere around $2 million. That was with the 8-second clip. And now we've moved to 20 seconds. So that adversely impacts our ability to generate revenue. There's currently no signs in California that actually refresh at that rate. So it's pretty hard to underwrite what the revenues will be, but obviously we're going to be pushing it and trying to, maximize the benefit. We haven't sold ads there yet. And obviously this is a unique thing, but.
Okay, thank you for that. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. That's my questions.
Okay, we'll go with Commissioner Tourget and then Vice Chair Colbert.
Thank you, Chair. And thank you, Cora and Mr. Mateen, for your presentation and everyone on the staff who presented that. I have two questions. I'll try and make them brief. The first is, did you do a market feasibility study to determine that this was the best option for increasing revenue at Triangle Square?
Well, there's two ways to look at that. The general goal when you own a shopping center is to keep it full. You can have a number of mechanisms by which you attract tenants. And I think every single shopping center has their draws and their benefits. And obviously for Triangle Square, one of our benefits is that we're in Costa Mesa. We're at a busy intersection, tons of people drive by. We obviously have a lack of foot traffic. We've had vacancies in certain places for close to between 7 to 10 years. And, it's pretty hard to fill that up. Our number one priority is to keep the center occupied. And that's the way to, I'd say make the most profit, to make this business make the most sense, is through renting land and space. That's what real estate business is. The screens will provide a lifeline of support to allow us to reinvest into the property and to keep the property going, while also using the screens as a way to encourage other tenants to sign a lease. So as you've seen, there's tons of tenants that have expressed interest in signing a lease at Triangle Square, and a lot of those are contingent upon free advertising space. So I don't know if that answers your question, but
not quite. I'll rephrase it. So we are presented an option of digital advertising as a way to provide revenue, or there's the space that you're renting out, and then there's this additional revenue stream. Did your team conduct a market feasibility study or a financial feasibility study to identify alternatives to digital advertising for revenue generation for
such as what? Like to alternatives to what?
So you were provided, we have, so my question, so we have the option of the real estate, and then we have the option of, the rents, and then we have the option of digital advertising. Was there any study done to see if there were additional alternatives for revenue generation, or ways to generate revenue at Triangle Square?
There have been, we've had ideas to put kiosks. We put kiosks. They didn't rent out. It's very limited. Ultimately, I think that the two best options are renting space, and I think this sign is definitely the second best. So
okay, so not an official study, but an understanding from your expert opinion that this is the way to go.
That's correct.
Okay, great. And then my second question, forgive me, my light keeps falling tonight. My second question, Mr. Israel, I noticed there was a slide in your presentation where you mentioned a couple times that the dimmable lighting would provide the safest available option. And it was talking about conforming with ISD, and all of these terms I think are new to us in the last year, and then new to the community. But staff had mentioned that there are no studies that digital billboards impact driver safety or distracted driving. So I'm wondering what safe means in this terminology.
Sure. I'd be glad to answer that. There are many studies that have tried to identify the impact of digital billboards as well as other billboards on safety. And the cumulation of all of that information is, and I can quote from Dr. Ron Gibbons, is that digital signs may be noticed. In other words, if you put someone either in a driving simulator or you put them in a car and say, did you notice the digital sign? They can say yes. That doesn't mean that it is correlated directly to traffic accidents. And in fact, a good driver should be noticing everything in their environment. That includes pedestrians on bicycles. It could include buildings, other things to give them waypoints. So some of the studies have identified that there is notice. In other words, you notice these elements. What they've also done is to go through many traffic studies, and there was no direct cause from digital signs on increased impacts of traffic accident rates. And in fact, even an independent study from or evaluation, and I can try to find the exact quote for you here, but basically we've written to your commission a 5-page letter going through 5 of the research documents that not one of them said that digital signs increase the occurrence of traffic accidents. Does that help out? And I think you have the studies where it identifies each individual study and what they did recommend.
Yes. So we have those, but my question was what you meant by safety in terms of the change in lighting as the signs go into the evening time.
Right. The experts that have gotten together, the IES, the Illuminating Engineering Society, what they did is, and once again, that's made up from a diverse group. That includes people that sell signs. It includes people that don't like signs. It is a consensus-based organization, and they put out what was called an ANSI guide. So what ANSI is, ANSI, so it's basically the safety, or it's a protocol for putting out peer-reviewed recommendations and publications. So this group got together, they put out a documentation. It was reviewed by all of the experts that are out there, anyone who wanted to comment on it. They take those comments, incorporate it into their final recommendation, and that's what was published as this RP, Recommended Practice 39-19. 19 is the year. That is a very recent study. Many of these studies go back a decade or two before this became such a big issue. So this is the most recent current document that evaluated all of the research that was out there at that time and came up with this consensus-based recommendation, which Tyler's team has agreed to abide by. And that's the intensity of the sign for its locations, maximum candelas per meter squared or nits, and as well as the biggest issue was the duration of the sign. Based upon that, those are the recommendations that this group has said would be the safest application possible. Does that help out? It's the experts are saying this, not me. So.
Okay, so the experts, you can see why I'm just balancing those two ideas of safety. So thank you. That's all my questions for this evening, Chair.
Okay, Vice Chair Colbert.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll try to be brief as well, given that some of my questions were asked, but I'll ask some clarifying questions to the applicant and some of the consultants as well. My first question, and I've asked this one before during the first public hearing in April, or second public hearing, I believe, but understanding that we have modified the timing of the advertisements from 8 seconds to 20 seconds, and you kind of touched upon this. My question is, does your performance show a net revenue that exceeds $1 million at this time? And I know you stated that there have not been any advertisements sold, and so it's kind of a new model, given that it is 20 seconds and there's not like a mark. But
that's a good question. You know, we hope so. We hope to get over 1 million. But as I said, there aren't any signs that actually have a 20-second refresh rate. This is the only one that we've really, heard of. And so that's why we came with a guarantee of $150,000.
Okay, and I have a question about that. And so my second question, I'll come back to that one, is it is tied to the performance of the building. And so Commissioner Torje kind of touched upon this, and Commissioner Zick did as well. My initial question was how the correlation tied to the performance of the building. So you mentioned that I think in 2019, or earlier when you acquired the building that it was at 91% occupancy, I believe. Is that correct?
In 2017, it was at 91% occupancy, correct?
Is that when you acquired the building?
Correct.
Okay. And so at that time, there were no current advertisements outside of the existing signage, right?
Ask you why it went down.
I'm sorry, I don't understand your question. There were no advertisements outside.
The current proposed signage did not exist, and yet the tenants were at
That is correct. They weren't necessarily all in good shape, but that's correct. A lot of things went downhill from there.
Okay, and so with this, the applicant or the application has stated, or Ms. Newman stated that with the proposed sign before us and your occupancy being at approximately 70%, you have a guarantee or some type of commitments from proposed tenants that if this development agreement is agreed to and the sign is installed, that your occupancy will increase in some way, given these proposed tenants.
That is correct.
Okay. Are there any other ways that you have tied the signs to the performance of the actual retail space?
Yes, that's correct. I think one of the primary ways that the sign will benefit the center is through the capital improvement projects that we'll be able to do once we generate revenue from the signs. Our goal at the center is to take full advantage of the geographic location and the fact that we're in Costa Mesa and that we have all these strengths. And by doing that, you know, I really want to upgrade the center. I want to make the elevators better. I want to improve the parking situation. I want to redo the flooring. There's a long list of ways I can do that. And if I can create that type of environment and create an environment that attracts top-notch tenants that people want to be at, ultimately that will determine long-term success for the center. So
okay, well, Tyler, you just kind of led me into my next question, was based off of the fact that if the development agreement is not agreed to, the outline proposed capital improvements that you're mentioning, do you anticipate on still making those, or is the revenue that you are proposing, which is a bit unknown at this point based on the fact there's no benchmark, is that how do you propose to make these capital improvements?
it's difficult to say. I mean, ultimately, you have a property that has been unproven. It's failed multiple times, but I think that we obviously want to do our best in making sure that it gets to where it needs to be. But I think that we need to make financial sense of that. And I think any investor would look at it the same way. So if we're able to generate a cash flowing, vehicle through the signage, it definitely gives you more flexibility on keeping the center alive and being able to, take it to the next step.
So based off of that response, are you stating that the viability of the center at this point is tied to the performance of a sign that does not exist?
I think the signs would be a great benefit. I think that the center has extreme positives, being that it is where it is, but it also has, its downsides, as you're aware of, and that the signs would be a great benefit to have. It would be a great tool to attract new tenants and to reinvest into the property.
Okay.
And especially now with COVID, we've been supporting our tenants for the past years, trying to do everything we can to keep them alive. And, it's been a very, very tough time, and we're doing everything we can. So.
Okay. So understanding that 50% of the revenue looks like the improvement of elevators, parking, and the other things I believe that you've outlined. You kind of touched upon this, but my goal is, are you committed? Obviously, you are committed to the success of this. It's an investment that you've made, but given that, let's say that this benchmark that you have, this 20-second benchmark that we don't know what revenue it's going to generate at this point, and it doesn't generate what you think it it's proposed to generate. And you have a guarantee to the city, you know, of this 150K. You begin to, at some point, just me kind of thinking, operate at a net loss. Would you then come back to the city and propose a new or amended the transition time in order to meet that? Because in the case, from my understanding, you won't have the capital to make the improvements, nor would you have the viability to make the center a success.
I think that based off of the confidence in the fact that I know these signs will help me attract new tenants, and that I hope, and I'm a businessman that's comfortable with making bets. I hope that these signs can generate over $1 million, that I'd be willing to make a bet that I can turn this place around. But ultimately, nothing is for certain. And I mean, I guess you make a point, but I have conviction behind it. And I really think that it's the best thing for the center. That's why it's taken me about 2.5 years to get to this point, so.
Okay, and my final question to you is related to the sign program in general, the signing program. Understanding that I'm a planner, so I kind of understand what the application entails in terms outside of the development agreement with the LED sign. If for some reason council does not approve the development agreement or the signing program with the proposed LED screens, are you still committed to an application that improves the wayfinding and other branding mechanisms that you have proposed in the application?
Yes, I would be committed. I want to see the center succeed, but I would have to evaluate the, situation at that point.
What is that? What does reevaluate mean?
I don't know. Ultimately, there's a lot of uncertainty. We've just gone through COVID. We've been, quite honestly, not in a really good financial situation. I want to turn things around, but I've got expenses, and I've got to operate this place, and I have to operate it at a point where it can sustain itself. And that's just a difficult question to answer. Ultimately, things come down to unit economics and being able to support a business. So that's the reality, and I really can't answer. I'm hoping that I'm able to succeed, and I think that this sign would be a great tool and would help me get there. So that's why.
No, I appreciate your honesty, and thank you, Mr. Chairman. That was my last question.
Okay, I'm going to reserve my questions till after public comment, when the applicant will also have a chance for rebuttal. I'll probably catch up with them then. So we'll go ahead and open public comment. I would ask members of the public, well, first of all, one quick point. So Ms. Abraham and Mr. Michael spoke on this matter during public comment earlier. So we've heard from them. Members of the public, you're free to speak on any of the issues related to this item that you would like. I'm not attempting to restrict that. I would ask you, since we're really pretty much focused on issues relative to modifications to the draft development agreement, that it would be great for efficiency's sake and time that we kind of keep our comments around that arena. You don't have to. I'm just hoping that that we can get through this in relatively short order. And so it's kind of just a plea more than a command, because I want you to be able to say whatever you want to say. So I'll go ahead and open the public comment, and Julie will go ahead and start. And we'll be sticking to 3-minute time limit tight. So if somebody pops in and says your 3 minutes is up, your 3 minutes is up.
Okay, Andrew, John, you may provide your public comment.
Thank you.
Hey, this is Andrew John. I'm a resident of Costa Mesa, and before the pandemic, I was a regular at the Triangle Center. I'll keep it short and sweet. You know, it seems like Ms. Newman and Mr. Mateen have made some serious drastic changes to their plan to accommodate the community. It seems like at this point, you know, our members of the community are just nitpicking. You know, if the worry is light pollution, it seems like this new plan resolves that issue. If the worry is, you know, distracted drivers, you know, that's total baloney. People have several digital screens within several feet while they're driving their iPhone, their, you know, screen in their car, their Apple Watch. I mean, you name it. A sign far up in the air, you know, that's being distracting is totally draconian. The sign will generate a lot of money for the city, for advertisers, for the small businesses, and the landlord. And it seems like it's a win-win-win. You have my support, you know, and I would like to see this go through.
Thank you, sir. Next speaker, please.
Sorry, Mr. Chairman. Flo Martin, you may provide your public comment.
We heard tonight 100% safe, modulated appropriate lighting, nits and foot candles. I call that language distraction. Mr. Mateen actually stated, this is a busy intersection. There are tons of people who drive by. Yes, according to the state of California, Newport and Harbor and 19th is the second most impacted intersection in the entire state. I just heard a gentleman say distracted drivers are total baloney. I would personally object to that because I was almost run over by a distracted driver while participating in a walk audit. I have participated in all 4 walk audits so far and plan to participate in the other 2. We all wore, the team who was on the walk audit, we're all wearing high-vis traffic vests. We had the walk signal at Harbor. We stepped into the crosswalk and a distracted driver started to drive in our direction to make a right turn in front of us and had to slam on the brakes when I screamed at the top of my lungs. Distracted drivers are a serious reality. Pedestrian collisions on Harbor and West 19th and Newport are the highest in Costa Mesa. The major collision factors are due to driver failure to yield right of way. The statistics that Ms. Gonzalez, Ms. Rosales stated were very cleaned up. The reality of the statistics are 162 pedestrians were victims, including 9 fatalities and 21 severe injuries between 2014 and 2018. As far as bicycle collisions are concerned, the top primary collision factor again on Harbor, West 19th and Newport were driver failure to yield right of way when entering or crossing a highway. There were 238 bicycle victims, 401 fatality, and 10 suspected serious injuries. Those are reality people. These are human beings. Planning commissioners, you do not represent out-of-town developers and out-of-town owners. You represent your constituents like me. I highly urge you to vote no on this project. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Julie, next speaker, please.
Sean Mehta, you may provide your public comment.
Okay, I'm unmuted. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, sir.
Thank you for the opportunity. My name is Sean Metha. I'm a resident of Newport Mesa area, and I have a business, Aspire Salon Studios. I'm currently working with Tyler to bring our salon studios to the Triangle Square Shopping Center. And one of our big sticking points is actually their revamp of the shopping center. I've lived here for quite a while, and I've been building studios in Inland Empire for going on 5 years now. And I've always wanted to bring one here to Orange County. And I never even considered Triangle Square, even though the space has been vacant for as long as I've been here, space that I'm currently working on, the former Sutra space. And it's because of the disreputable reputation that that shopping center has. It is a graveyard for businesses, and it has been that way for a while. But when I met with Tyler and I looked at what they were trying to do, it really convinced me that there's no reason for it. That center is located in the heart of Costa Mesa, in the heart of Orange County, as far as I can tell. And there's no reason why businesses can't thrive there, except that they can't get the word out. There's no money to put into the center to actually upkeep it. It is in a state of disrepair. In spite of that, some of the tenants that have come in there are just wonderful, like Sevilla. But my concern is that without generating some sort of revenues to get that place fixed up, that any investments that I make to come into the center will be for naught. Whether it's because the ownership has to turn over, or whether it's because there's just not enough capital to keep things going, and it becomes a discount center, or the movie theater goes out, or 24 hours goes out of business because of the pandemic. There's just in this after COVID, I think there's just too much uncertainty, and I think we really need to support businesses in that area. So I would urge you guys to please figure out a way to work with ownership, excuse me, to get this done. It doesn't have to be everything ownership wants, and it also doesn't have to be everything the community wants. There has to be some balance, because that is a commercial corridor. And I understand people are really worried about safety, but it's not like we're putting the signage, right in front of people's houses. It's a busy commercial intersection, and that center is there for commerce. And the businesses that are there are struggling, and this is something that they could really use.
Excuse me, your 3 minutes are done.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. Next speaker, please.
Eric, you may provide your public comment.
Hello, my name is Eric Lee. I'm the Director of Operations for Starlight Cinemas at Triangle Square. Just wanted to voice my support for the signage program. We think that it will really help us boost our visibility, and with all those people that has been noted that is a very busy intersection. There's a lot of people that don't even realize that there is a theater there, and we're hoping to be able to get more attention and attract customers that may not normally go to that center. I think that's all I have. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Ian Humphrey, you may provide your public comment.
Hi there. I'm here on behalf of Insomniac. I was the owner and operator of Time Nightclub in Triangle Square. For those who may not know, Insomniac is the largest electronic dance music promoter in the world. We operate 6 venues across the country, 4 of which are consistently ranked in the top 100 nightclubs in the world. Unfortunately, as we currently stand, our venue Time at Triangle Square is not one of them. But with our bookings and expertise, we strongly believe we can change that and make Time a world-class venue. We actually moved into the property a few months just before COVID is when we took it over. Obviously, we've taken a huge hit from that. Prior to the pandemic, We hired between 60 and 70 people each night, all of whom are local, on the nights we were in operation. When we entered into the lease, we understood the digital signage to be a part of the deal, and that was a big selling point for us. We believe the signage will help transform the business and draw more attention to the venue. We're also extremely excited about the advertising revenue that'll be reinvested in Triangle Square, which will make it more attractive for customers. For all of these reasons, Insomniac expresses its support for the digital signage project. Thank you.
Thank you.
Katie Arthur, you may provide your public comment.
Hello, Commissioners. Thank you, Mr. Toller, for reminding us about the importance of safe driving, especially during Distracted Driving Awareness Month. Ironic that we're discussing the possibility of turning Triangle Square into a massive digital billboard. The report staff relied on to say this was a safe project has been debunked. And with all due respect to Ms. Rosales, the staff is aware of this. A nationally recognized and foremost authority on digital billboards, Jerry Wachtel, has looked at this project and has debunked the report that staff referenced. Neither staff, Coralie Newman, the lighting expert who spoke on behalf of this project, nor I are experts on digital signage and their impact on driving, but Mr. Wachtel is, and he's said this project will be a distraction and lead to more accidents. Given the importance of and long-lasting decision that may be made, the city should certainly take the time to reach out to Mr. Wachtel. I'm sure he'd be willing to speak with you. There's zero evidence that these signs, which will primarily be used for off-premise businesses, will have a positive impact for the on-premise businesses. They won't. We should not allow for off-premise advertising. I also encourage the commissioners to go to Aloe Yoga, one of the proposed new tenants, and look at their website. The vast majority of their images on their website are of scantily clad women in bathing suits and yoga attire. Many residents would be offended by those images. I would just say they are tacky. These signs are aesthetically unattractive and would change the character of our city forever and set a bad precedent. And it's a bad business deal for the city. We would receive a paltry sum of about $150K per year at great cost to the residents. We definitely would not get compensated for the blight this would cause to our city. Is there any requirement for how long Mr. Mateen would have to own the property should this be approved prior to selling it? Clear Channel owns a billboard about a block away. They would love to get their hands on a massive billboard at this location formerly known as Triangle, and I'm sure Mr. Mateen is aware of this. Clear Channel is involved in dozens of lawsuits at any given time across the US. They have very deep pockets and would likely not have any concern about going to court with the city to use the billboard in any way they see fit. Finally, residents are overwhelmingly opposed. We have 1,000 residents who have signed the online petition just virtually, and I'm convinced that if we were able to actually walk a petition, we'd easily have a few thousand signatures. Just say no. A final few questions. Mr. Mateen said occupancy was 91% when he bought the building. What was the occupancy in January of 2020? That's a question that should be asked. Did Caltrans approve the new plan with
Excuse me, your 3 minutes are completed.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Andrew Wagner Trugman, you may provide your public comment.
Hello. Hi. I hope you all are doing well and thank you for having me. This past year has certainly been unprecedented times for me, myself, and my family, as well as for the local businesses at the Triangle. I love Costa Mesa, and I feel extremely strongly that as a Costa Mesa resident, it's our duty to do whatever is in the best interest of our city. We need to get jobs back. We need to generate revenue, and we need to make Costa Mesa as great as it can be. Excuse me. I've heard multiple complaints about the digital signage, but to be quite frank, I think they're overblown, and I think they're a tactic to keep this deal from going through. I've lived in Costa Mesa my entire life, and I think we should do everything we can to continue to keep the Costa Mesa business thriving and to generate revenue for our city and for their residents. I urge you to stop thinking about what can go wrong and start thinking about what can go right. Costa Mesa needs to choose to go forward. We should choose progress, not defense. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Okay, next commenter.
Todd Martin, you may provide your public comment.
Hello, commissioners. Thank you very much for spending your time here. I know this last meeting was quite long. I'm Todd Martin. I'm at 1912 Church Street. Our house pictures were shown on the presentation there by Cora for the view of the dome. I want to point something out. Is like, yeah, I'm happy that they've made some accommodations. It feels like they've thrown us a bone, but it doesn't have a whole lot of meat on it. There still will be some LED light that's going to spill over into our house. And I had submitted a couple pictures. I hope you guys can bring those up. One of them is from my living room looking towards the dome, which you've already seen in the presentation. Another one is from my roof. Yeah, so that's from inside my house looking at the dome. And the other one is from my roof line. My wife and I have been considering putting a second story on there. And one of the big draws is I'd like to put a patio or deck right there. It's because the sun sets essentially right behind the dome. And I'm not a big fan of LED signs or just, lighted signs in general. I'm more of an outdoors guy, and it just pains me. I don't even know if I would go through doing a second story if I had to, sit out there and look at a LED sign that's, putting up advertisements every 20 seconds. And, one thing, I've lived in Costa Mesa my whole life, and Costa Mesa has been more of a family-friendly kind of a city, not the Las Vegas Strip style. I really don't want to see it go that way. That's one of the reasons I remain here. And I love the city. My mom spoke earlier. My wife and I have been here forever. And it doesn't fit with the character of our city at all. And another thing I was noticing is, if we're allowing off-site advertising, how does that sit with the current tenants for competition? Like there's this yoga studio that wants to go in there. Would you allow other yoga studios to advertise? Or what about Halloween Boutique? I'm sure Wicked Chamber would love to advertise there too. And how would Halloween Boutique feel about that? And does that really help them? So, another thing too is, I reached out to Tyler, and I know he's probably listening right now, and sent an email. I'd be more than willing to help out with ideas on how to help you with that. Just, like in the beginning, when Triangle Square opened up, it was family friendly and it was thriving. So why not revisit that type of a model? It's like that is kind of the feel of Costa Mesa anyways. So I can't imagine that if we went back to that model, you might have better luck than just putting a bunch of nightclubs in there. And it's just not the style of Costa Mesa in general. So anyways, thank you for your time. I appreciate it. And I'm obviously extremely opposed to this LED signage, but thank you.
Okay, thank you for your comments. Julie, next public speaker, please.
Greer Wilder, you may provide your public comment.
Thank you so much for including me, and thank you for hosting this tonight. I have been a resident of the Eastside Costa Mesa, living on Broadway Street for 30 years now, even before Triangle was built, or I think a little bit before. Anyways, I support the signage plan. I know how hard local businesses how hard it has been for local businesses and how they've been impacted by the pandemic. I also think the sign is visually attractive, compared to a lot of signs. I think they are doing I like the renderings a lot. My business for the past 15 years is based off supporting local restaurants, shops, and entertainment venues. I know firsthand how tough it is. I've seen so many local businesses struggle and close. I believe the sign will help businesses and the Triangle at large. And that's basically it. Thank you so much.
Thank you for your comments. Next speaker,
Rick.
please, Julie.
Rick Huffman, you may provide your public comment.
Mr. Huffman, you're on. I think you're still muted, sir.
There we go. Now I'm
There you
unmuted.
go.
Okay. I recommend denying the change to the planned signage program for Triangle Square. The staff report states that denial should be recommended if the facts supporting the findings are insufficient and facts support denial. The report concludes that finally, it is a policy decision as to whether the proposal exceeds a reasonable deviation and change to the objectives of the sign ordinance. In my opinion, the answer is right in front of your face. When you see the video we sent of the Beverly Center in LA, big LED digital billboards placed at the busiest intersection in the county violates the intent of the sign code, which is to quote, to create and maintain an aesthetically pleasing and functioning environment where business can succeed while being in harmony with other city goals. Sign programs encourage variety and good design, but should not be used to circumvent the objectives of the sign ordinance. These signs are a gross violation of the character of the surrounding neighborhoods. These LED digital signs will result in visual blight, light pollution, safety issues due to distracted drivers, and a cheapening of the city's brand and sense of place. Can you imagine the city of Orange or Tustin or Laguna Beach authorizing these in their historic downtown districts? I'm afraid not. This is the simple and obvious fact that requires denial. There are many other problems with other findings in this proposal that are addressed by other residents. Please deny or postpone approval until this type of signage can be demonstrated to be acceptable to the residents of the city. The residents depend on their local government to protect their interests and to adhere to the general plan and ordinances which have been created over time by the public process. This proposal is an obvious example of special treatment despite the opinion of staff. This deviation from the sign ordinance is the most extreme deviation that has ever been proposed. Please deny this proposal. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Next speaker, please.
Elroy M., you may provide your public comment.
Hi, how are you? So I've been a resident of Costa Mesa for about 10 years now. I don't know if anybody has gone to any other cities in the Southeast or anything like that, but you put this into context and there's a real risk of this mall running at a net loss and essentially closing down. And if you want to talk about visual blight, there's nothing worse than a couple million square feet of vacant shopping center in your city. And I've seen it go wrong. I've seen cities go absolutely terrible when one of the main drivers like that for business and for tax income ends up disappearing. So I think we got really lucky that this property traded hands in 2017 before the pandemic, because I don't know how that previous owner would have weathered this pandemic and could have ended up, running this thing at a loss and going vacant, and it becomes non-economical to run anymore. So I think that's the biggest risk at this point. And if this is a way of keeping the mall afloat in a country where these shopping malls are disappearing one after another, I think that's something that we need to do to keep the integrity of our city. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Danny James, you may provide your public comment.
Good evening, everybody. My name is Daniel Hymas. I'm a co-founder of a storefront called Lifestyle 495. We make health-conscious and plant-based snacks and foods such as acai bowls, smoothies, juices, cold-pressed juices. We become a health food destination in our hometown of Covina, and very excited to bring our products and service to Costa Mesa and even become a destination at the Triangle Square. We've been working with Tyler and his team to secure a lease over the last 3-4 months. And they know we've been apprehensive to come on board just because of the times and location and whatnot. But until they mentioned the digital signage, did we, go full steam ahead and are in the final stages of securing that lease. So with that said, we fully support the digital signage and hope the city and planning commission approves it and brings on more tenants like myself. Thank you.
Okay, thank you
Clayton
for your
Benton,
comments.
you may provide your public comment.
Hey guys, my name's Clayton, General Manager here at the 24-Hour Fitness in Triangle Square. I just wanted to voice, and share my support for the signage plan. I think it'll be a huge lift for us as far as guest traffic and revenue goes, and even marketing. I think it's really great also that we're putting 50% of the profits back into Triangle. That's really, really exciting. So I'm excited to hear that, and just wanted to share my support. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Austin Knight, you may provide your public comment.
Thank you, Commissioners, for having me. My name is Austin Knight. I'm representing a mom and pop pizzeria and potentially a new tenant for the square. I'm here to share my support for the Triangle Square signage. Every tenant will benefit immensely from this plan. I really believe in Tyler's plans and his vision for the square. For our business, a restaurant concept that's looking to expand, the signage would play a contingency for our business in finalizing a lease with the square. Mind you, we're a small family business. These signs should be considered the missing pieces to the puzzle for the center to succeed. So I fully endorse this program. And yeah, thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Sherry Hudson, you may provide your public comment.
Hi, I'd just like to say that I'm a Costa Mesa resident and business owner. And I think that they've really put a lot of time and energy into addressing the safety issues, and they've come up with some good solutions. COVID's left everybody financially strapped. I mean, all businesses need revenue right now, and they could definitely funnel this back into the center for improvements. And I just hope we can all be business friendly, and that just creates jobs for our community. So I am in full support of the signage. Thank you.
Thank you.
Jeff Foley, you may provide your public comment.
Hi guys, this is Jeff Foley. I'm both a Costa Mesa resident. I just live a few minutes walk away, and I'm also the leasing representative here at the Triangle Square. So I'm going to talk a little bit, obviously, from the leasing side. So since we had our first meeting about 6 weeks ago, we've seen interest. I've been working on this project that got to 5 years. We've seen interest in the last 6 weeks that we really have not seen over the last 4 or 5 years. It's been pretty much 90 to 100% due to the publicity we've gotten from this signage program. It's really going to be something that is unmatched here. We've had in troubled spaces, we've got about 30,000 square feet of vacancy here, guys. I think people have to really understand how difficult it has been here recently to get tenants. We've had about 3 tours in their former Keys on Main space. We've had tours in our small spaces on Newport Boulevard that have been traditionally very difficult. And each and every deal is contingent upon this signage program coming on board and these guys getting to participate that in some way, shape, or form. So, I mean, I can't stress enough how important it is to get this in. I mean, a lot of people have sort of talked about doing different things with the center, ownership. Because of ownership here, reinvesting in this center, when at a time when no landlords across the board are reinvesting in retail, Tyler's decided, I'm going to double down, reinvest in this and see if we can bring tenants in. And it's really having a dramatic effect in interest in what we're doing here. So we really, really implore you guys to help us out here, help us make the Triangle what it should be, make Triangle Square what it's supposed to be, to really be the hub of Costa Mesa. And we think we can get this thing fully leased in the next 12 to 18 months if that does happen. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Matthew Morton, you may provide your public comment.
Hey, thanks so much for having me this evening. I know you guys put a lot of time into this. I'm an owner of some cafes and a tea shop called Cha Cha Macho. We've got 6 locations across LA and New York, and I've been talking to Tyler for the last 3 months about coming to the Triangle, and I really would love to come, and I think the signage would really help our business in Los Angeles and in Manhattan. Business has been severely impacted by COVID, and it's been really tough for us to survive. And I think that this signage would really make or break our decision to come to the Triangle. And I think, it could make or break the success of the Triangle as a whole. And I personally know, as an owner of a small business, that it's really tough out there. And I would, hope that the community would think as a whole about, making the Triangle what it needs to be and bringing a lot of jobs and success to the entire community. And I mean, maybe to some it might be an eyesore, but I think, for the community as a whole, it could bring a lot of prosperity. And I know I, for one, would like to bring a lot of jobs to Costa Mesa and help, the community and help it succeed and thrive. So thanks, Byron and Russell and everybody, for having me tonight. And I really appreciate it. I'm in favor, obviously, of the signage.
Okay, thank you. Next speaker, please.
Barbara, you may provide your public comment.
Barbara, if you could unmute yourself, please. There you go. Not able to hear you.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, I'll go on to the next person.
Thank you, Julie.
Geraldine, you may provide your public comment.
Hi there. I submitted a presentation, if you can bring it up. Do you guys have it?
No, it was a public comment, correct?
I know earlier today I sent in a public comment with an attachment that I asked to please be presented tonight when I spoke my comments.
Ms. Green or Ms. Colgan, did you receive the presentation?
Mr. Chair, we don't have that queued up right now. I'll look for it.
Have you had a chance to review it?
No, I'll have a chance to, during the next public comments, I'll try and review it and see if I can pull it up.
Okay.
Okay, do you want to just let me go a little later then once you find it?
Sure, just give us a moment, please. And then, well, if you could just come a little bit later.
Okay, that'd be great.
Okay, Julie, next speaker.
Josh, you may provide your public comment.
Hi, thank you. Yeah, I work at Coastal Heights Senior Living just down the street in Costa Mesa, and just want to voice my opinion of the support of the LED sign program. What I hear consistently from everybody is that they like that family-oriented style in Costa Mesa, and I think what we hear from is all these businesses that want to come to the Triangle that are family-oriented, but understand that we need the revenue to make the upkeep of the Triangle what it needs to be for their businesses to succeed. That is all.
Okay, thank you.
Linda Morgan, you may provide your public comment.
Thank you.
Good evening, everybody. A couple of things. The presentations that have been given to us and all the numbers, and it overwhelms my mind, all the numbers, the planning, the revising, da, 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 da. The fact of the matter is those of us that live over here do not want this. We don't want it. And there's nothing we can go to modify our feelings. What the examples of what will be shown are beautiful. I agree. I think they look really nice. The content probably will not be like that when there's advertisers. Furthermore, I'm tired of being advertised at. It's unsolicited and it's in my face and I don't want it. I don't know how many other people feel that way, but when you're on Newport Boulevard, that sign wants you to look at it, which means you are not looking at the road. That's just really kind of dumb, if you ask me. All of these stores did not leave Triangle Square because of the pandemic. Nike Town, Gap, Virgin Records, Humphrey Yogurt, Color Me Mine, Whole Foods, sushi restaurants, Sutra, candy store, Borders, books, etc., etc., etc. We had always heard as residents the rent was too high. We also always heard that the shopping center is very poorly planned. And I've said this before. No one wants to park their car underground, get out of your car. There's no sidewalk to walk. It's not user friendly. My question is, has Mr. Mateen entertained or done any research or any studies on any other way than LED lighting to boost consumerism in that area? It is from the get-go been a very poorly designed shopping center, and he knew that when he bought that. I love Triangle Square. I want to go there and I'm supportive, but the lighting thing, nuh-uh. It's wrong. I'm sorry, it's just wrong. Please vote no.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Okay, so Geraldine, we have your PowerPoint. So I'll allow you to provide your public comment now.
Okay, great. Let me know when it's up and visible then, and I'll get started.
Just give us a moment, please.
Can you all see it? Because all I see is my name.
Not yet. Let's give you a moment. Here we go.
Okay, great. All right, there we go. All right, so as you can see, what I'm speaking on tonight is I'm asking the commissioners to please vote no on the LED signs. Next slide, please. So I've noted on here that there's 15 reasons why I am suggesting that the LED lighting at Triangle Square is bad for Costa Mesa. First one is Costa Mesa Municipal Code prohibits signs which incorporate flashing, moving, or intermittent lighting. This is the law, so please uphold it. The residents, like everyone has said before, I've been here for 28 years. Overwhelmingly, the residents do not want these signs. Thirdly, there's been no environmental impact study that was performed by the city to determine if the flashing lights are detrimental to our health, our safety, our general welfare. So no study for light pollution in neighboring homes was not even considered. Next slide, please. Number 4, safety. We've heard it all night long. 19th and Newport is one of the most dangerous intersections. Why are we putting more distraction there? 5, the city own study shows, and I'm going to show it to you next, that between 2014 and 2018, there were 162 pedestrians hit in Costa Mesa. The biggest spot was Triangle Square. 6, we've noted that Caltrans was used as the authority to state LED signs are safe in a residential area. Caltrans monitors freeways, not residences. 7, liability from distracted driver tragedies will fall on the city, which ultimately will fall on the taxpayers of Costa Mesa. Next slide, please. Here is the map that was provided by the city. In my square right there, you see Triangle Square. This shows you where all the activity is of pedestrians being hit. Next slide, please. Number 8, current proposals provide for up to 90 years of lease agreement for these signs. This is insane. Why? With no recourse to remove these signs in the event the city is sued for damages or that are related to these signs. 9, there is no legal enforcement to limit what content will be displayed on the LED signs. We have First Amendment rights. Number 10, city has no plan in place to monitor contact or lighting decibels shining on the surrounding neighborhood, that they remain at undetectable levels. And there's no city enforcement officer who's going to go out and do that. But if there is one, guess who pays for it? We do, the taxpayers. 11, I'm going to say it again, residents don't want the signs. Next slide. 12, ethics and corruption. Is the fox guarding the hen house? What's going on here? Why do we have ordinances in place to protect the residents if business owners can sidestep them with cash payouts? In no scenario should city officials have the final say to override established laws for financial gain when it's at the cost of the residents. This is a huge conflict of interest. So who stands to benefit? Who has oversight to manage these funds that are coming in? It certainly isn't the residents. We're the ones asking to take the hit, but we don't see the benefit. Next slide, please. Loss of home value and health and general welfare. Many homes will be directly affected by the flashing lights, even though it says that we won't.
Excuse me, your 3 minutes are completed.
All right, thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next speaker, please.
Cindy Lees, you may provide your public comment.
Good evening, planning commissioners. I am so impressed with the comments by the residents. We have been working to oppose this idea for more than a year, or maybe 11 years. It's not the same idea, but it's the principle. It's still an idea that a sign, a LED sign at Triangle Square, 3 signs, will attract more customers. We don't know what Mr. Mateen's other plans are for marketing. We haven't heard them, but I'm very proud of the residents who are probably home eating dinner, helping their kids with homework. And it's a challenge because City Hall is not open to come and make a comment on Zoom, but they have sent you many, many emails. And I hope that you have read them. And I hope that you have also taken time to walk around all the intersections where the LED signs have been proposed. As I sent an email this morning, turning right off of Harbor onto 19th is a catastrophe waiting to happen. That's just one intersection. The other 2 intersections are equally challenging and risky. Our municipal code 13112 says clearly prohibited signs. The following types of signs are prohibited in all zones. Thank you, Ms. Torje. Signs which incorporate any flashing, drum roll please, moving or intermittent lighting, electronic changeable copy signs, except theater marquees and temperature signs. Previous councils, considering the residents and businesses and advertising, they voted to outlaw these signs. Residents agreed, or they would have brought back proposals. But you are responsible to uphold the law. The words that Mr. Mateen or the consultant used or Mr. Mateen actually used: hope, unknowns, risk, uncertainty, betting, chance. You are not obliged to give a favor, a privilege to this applicant. You are supposed to uphold the law. We do not need to make an exception, albeit because there's money involved in a development agreement that is really on the cheap side for the residents. And it's so micro that it's pathetic that it would even be considered as a good document to give benefit to the city when the costs of accidents and property damage and even
Excuse me, your 3 minutes are completed.
Thank you. Please vote against this.
Thank you for your comments. Next speaker, please.
Carla Valenzuela, you may provide your public comment.
Good evening. Thank you, members of the Planning Commission. The Costa Mesa Chamber of Commerce endorses the digital signage program for the following reasons. We support the signage plan, not just because it is needed to support the chamber and businesses located here at Triangle Square, but it will benefit other businesses in Costa Mesa interested in promoting their services. Secondly, the chamber knows firsthand just how much support the chamber members need as businesses reopen safely and every industry is trying to recover from the economic impact of the pandemic. Businesses are pivoting their marketing strategies to adjust to changing consumer behaviors, trends, and needs. And digital marketing is the rising star for business pandemic survival. This digital signage program would provide a valuable advertising and an excellent messaging opportunity for our business community. The chamber endorses the digital signage program, and we look forward to a favorable outcome. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Dale Luther, you may provide your public comment.
Hi, commissioners. Thanks for letting me speak. And Commissioner Colbert, thank you again for your time the other day. I appreciate you answering my questions. I just want to comment, you may have seen the Daily Pilot on March 30th that Mr. Mateen wrote the letter, and I wrote a response to that was published a couple of days ago. And I don't feel confident in his ability of marketing or looking at things. He has an archaic website, hasn't updated things. You need to have things updated. He's not able to really say tracking his marketing dollars. Hope's not a strategy. COVID seems like the answer to everything. I don't have any confidence in us partnering with him as a city with this. First and foremost, for me, it's safety, traffic flow, quality of life in here in Costa Mesa, but I don't feel he has the wherewithal, the capital to make improvements, and I don't have any confidence in him having a marketing plan or any strategy. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Next speaker.
Kevin Bardinen, you may provide your public comment.
Mr. Bartanian, you have to unmute yourself, sir.
Mr. Chairman, we'll go on to the next.
Yes. Okay, thank you. Julie.
Lauren Keene, you may provide your public comment.
Yes, I'm a 20-year resident here in Costa Mesa. I've been watching tonight, kind of interested in the signage, and I really want to state that I am totally against this. I do not believe that the net result of these LED lights is going to be anywhere near what is being pitched tonight to the Planning Commission. Money, unfortunately, is going to attract elements for this LED signage that is not going to be favorable to our city, to our children, to any quality of life for the residents here. That's a fact. That will happen. And what Katie Arthur said, all of the reasons are solid. They're solid and sound. And to listen to the businesses that are proposing to come into the Triangle Square, I have to wonder, were they given some sort of discount on their lease in order to speak up tonight? I have no idea the ethics behind the owner of this mall. I do not believe that what's being pitched tonight is going to be the net result of what's going to happen. And to get into a 90-year agreement where we have no control over that content is insane. It's like putting all of your money in the highest risk stock and just hoping the payoff is going to be there. When what really happens, it falls flat and you end up broke. That's what's going to happen to the city. That's what's going to happen to the residents and our quality of life. I'm not going to shop at a mall because they've got flashing lights. That is not going to bring my business. I don't pay attention to a light. And the fact that it can be off premise, what content do you think is really going to end up being on those LED lights? You think it's going to be wholesome? You think it's going to be anything anyone's going to want to drive down and see on Harbor Boulevard? I mean, you've got to be kidding me that this is even a proposal to be considered. We should be thinking about quality marketing strategies that are going to enhance and contribute to a wonderful community feeling here in the city. LED lights is not going to achieve that. Please, 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 please vote no on this.
Okay, thank you. Next speaker, please.
Chris, you may provide your public comment.
Okay, hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Good evening, everyone. I would like to specifically address all voting members of the Planning Commission. Please, please, please vote no on this application. If these bright, flashy, annoying, distracting, tacky, Las Vegas style LED moving and frequently changing signs are allowed at the Triangle Center Square, they will be a blight on the city. I, like many other of your fellow residents and neighbors of Costa Mesa, do not want this type of signage in our city. We definitely do not want to see them when we look out the windows of our homes, which are in the neighborhoods surrounding Triangle Square. Our beautiful sunset views will be ruined if this application is approved and the signage is put into place. The light pollution the signage will bring will negatively impact our quiet enjoyment of our homes. I have previously emailed 2 photos of my view of the Triangle Square Dome from the bedroom of my home. I hope you have received and viewed those photos. This type of signage is already prohibited by the laws, rules, statutes, bylaws, codes, etc. of the city of Costa Mesa. And I'm sure you know that already. Do not approve this application. The residents are overwhelmingly against this signage. I was able to review one list of emails which were submitted by the public for public viewing. Regarding that list of the 15 emails that were submitted for publication, all of them want a no vote on this application. The owner of the Triangle Center Square and the city of Costa Mesa are both seeking monetary gain from this signage. Please stop chasing the almighty dollar. Take a stand and defend the residents. Do your job and uphold the letter and intent of the rules and laws of this city. I look forward to your no vote on this application. Please do not disappoint your fellow residents and neighbors with a yes vote and thereby choosing money over people. Again, I hope I can count on every voting member of the Planning Commission casting a no vote on this application. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next speaker, please.
Calling user 1, you may provide your public comment.
Yes, I'd like to address the Triangle Square has had numerous attempts at adding signage, more signage than any other business is legally allowed. And each time the signage has been extended, expanded, it hasn't improved the business at the center. In the Las Vegas Review Journal in 2019, evidently Mr. Mateen's company bought a $43 million mall in Las Vegas. And his comment at that time says, plenty of people say retail is dying. He said nothing. It's kind of a contrarian approach to come in, buy a shopping plaza in Las Vegas, but there will still be a use for these centers. And I think he sees that use of Triangle Square as an advertising tower on all 3 sides, 18, 19 hours a day. My question also is that if these lights are so undisturbing to the neighbors and the public, why are they turning them down at all from Sunday to Wednesday? I'm going to ask, like the other residents, obey the law. We all have to obey the speeding laws, seatbelt laws. We're asking you to enforce and obey the ordinances and the laws that are already on the books. And then I want to ask too, if these signs don't work, I agree with Commissioner Colbert. What's the next step? And then what happens? We're stuck with these signs for 90 years. This is just really, as a longtime 43-year resident in Eastside, I just find it inappropriate, unproductive, and so un-Costa Mesa. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ben Chapman, you may provide your public comment.
Good evening, Planning Commission. My name is Ben Chapman. I'm a resident here of Costa Mesa. I'm calling in opposition of the digital signage. I echo both former speakers, Wendy Leese and Flo Martin, and Mary Spadoni, who just spoke, on their data shared, so I won't repeat what they've said. Before I begin, I was a candidate for City Council here in District 2 in the year of 2020, which is a district with many businesses that I reached out to. Having run on a pro-business platform, I'll do as much as I can to support our local businesses. I have to say that as a local for 9 years, however, I've been to Triangle Square no more than 5 times. It's not about the signs, whether you like them or not. This should be about what draws people to shop at Triangle Square. Give us a reason to go to Triangle Square. A sign will not help me drive from South Coast Metro area, which is North Costa Mesa, to Triangle Square simply because of a digital sign. In fact, I just received a pamphlet from the shops at Mesa Verde, which is about the close same distance from my place of residence as Triangle Square. And I would drive to this Mesa Verde location because of this piece of literature I got in the mail in a minute, because of the pamphlets like the one I received and their social media marketing, because I see them, some of these locations all over social media. If you're worrying about a digital sign to make or break your business, then with all due respect, perhaps you need an updated course on Marketing 101 in the year of 2021. And I say this as someone with a marketing background and someone who has done marketing for my job for 11 years. Also, if this signage is what will get these businesses to open up shop at Triangle Square, then do they really care about being part of our community? This is one of the busiest areas of traffic, and you want to put a sign up to distract drivers? I don't think that's very safe. At the last meeting on this issue, someone made mention of a thriving Irvine Spectrum with their lighting. That's great. More power to Irvine Spectrum. This kind of location is completely different in terms of local housing around the shopping center. Irvine Spectrum has an apartment community or two across the street. Triangle Square has homes that can see this sign from their yard. This sign does little to nothing to help our businesses grow. I strongly encourage you to vote no. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Cynthia McDonald, you may provide your public comment.
Good evening, commissioners. I hope you had time to read the email I sent you earlier today. I spent most of my weekend reviewing the materials and the staff report, so I have a lot of respect for you volunteering for this job because it's really not an easy one. I oppose this project for many reasons. The development agreement, as presently drafted, is flawed and one-sided towards the project owner. $150K a year for the right to blight our downtown is not enough money, but then no amount of money would be enough. There's no community benefit identified, so we do not know how the revenue received by the city will be spent. The intersection of 19th and Newport is the most dangerous in Costa Mesa. These billboards, which will obscure at least one traffic signal, will endanger the safety of anyone who uses the streets near Triangle Square. Please refer to attachment 4 of your staff report of February 8, 2020 that has several interesting quotes from Jerry Wachtel. One is, studies regularly demonstrate that roadside advertising, including digital billboards, contributes to driver distraction at levels that adversely affect safe driving performance. Permission for the LED billboards requires adoption of a planned sign program, which in this case is a de facto change to our sign ordinance. The staff report cites Ordinance 74-25 with respect to planned signing programs. The PSPs, quote, shall not be used to circumvent the objectives of this ordinance, unquote. Yet, that is what we're seeing here. Then looking at Ordinance 95-10, we see its adoption made changes to the sign ordinance, but it specifically states in Section 4 that a PSP may be approved only if the findings are made, and then skipping down to item 4, quote, approval does not constitute a grant of a special privilege or allow substantially greater overall visibility than the standard ordinance provisions allow. Yet, that's what we're seeing here. Then we get to Ordinance 02-8, which states that prohibited signs are, quote, electronic, changeable copy signs except theater marquees and time/temperature signs. Yet, that's what we're seeing here. All of this completely contradicts finding A. And there are plenty of facts to contradict finding B as well, especially the fact that LED billboards will be detrimental to the health, safety, and welfare of the public. As stated in the staff report,
each of the commissioners is entitled to deny the application if you feel there are insufficient facts to support the findings for approval. There are more than enough facts.
Excuse me, your time is
You're
completed.
incorrect. Thank you for your consideration, and I request you decline the billboards.
Thank you for your comments. Next speaker, please.
Herb Natal, you may provide your public comment.
Yeah, good evening. Herb Natal, 16-year resident of Costa Mesa. This is a great deal for the applicant, but in my opinion, terrible deal for the city of Costa Mesa. To suggest that adding electronic signage would not distract drivers is simply offensive. This property is not well maintained and hasn't been for a really long time. Pre-COVID, I would visit 24-hour fitness 4 to 5 days a week, and literally half the time the escalators were out of service. This has gone on for years. The building might have new paint on the exterior, but the interior has a lot of deferred maintenance. The property owner has stated that the only way the property would succeed would be to add digital signage. I suggest that more likely the request for electronic billboards is for one reason, because it will significantly increase the value of the property so we can sell it. Please don't allow this request. Do the right thing for the people of Costa Mesa, not for a rich business person that lives in Beverly Hills. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Holly Lucy from Cafe Seville, you may provide your public comment.
Hi, Planning Commissioners. My name is Holly Losi. I'm the Director of Marketing for Cafe Sevilla, and I fully support this project. I was born and raised in Costa Mesa, and was actually there on the day that the Triangle was opened. I have been a resident of Costa Mesa for 35 years, and I can stand behind the ethics of Mr. Mateen, of my bosses, Ann and Eric Vandenhut, who own Cafe Sevilla, and many of the tenants and of Triangle Square. So I want to express that I am speaking on behalf of 120 fellow Sevilla employees that I stand beside, and the many hundreds more employed by the tenants in Triangle Square. We just want to extend our strong personal support for the new signage. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Julia, next speaker, please.
Tom Arnold, you may provide your public comment.
Thank you. While considering this issue, I looked at the purpose and intent of the city's sign ordinance that Mr. Huffman quoted. Since the Planning Commission is considering an exception to this ordinance, I would expect there to be overwhelming evidence that the exception is warranted over the stated intent of the ordinance and the objections of the citizens. I did not find the evidence compelling, and I encourage you to deny this request. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Next speaker, please.
Michael Moses Knowles, you may provide your public comment.
Good evening, Planning Commission. I oppose this project, and I ask that you please represent us, your residents, and vote no on these flashing LED signs. There's currently no community benefit to this project. As you've heard 100 times already, 19th and Newport is already one of the most dangerous and slowest intersections in the entire state. I've seen the stats and read the reports, and I walk and bike near there every week, and it's already incredibly dangerous. These signs will make it slower and even more dangerous. I love supporting local businesses, and I can walk there to Triangle Square in about 5 minutes from my home. I try to spend my money in Costa Mesa, but will not spend $1 more at Triangle Square if those signs go through. If the business owner can't figure out how to survive without these signs that endanger our neighbors and residents, maybe we can make a park there. That would be a community benefit. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Danielle Foley, you may provide your public comment.
Hi, can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Hi, hi Planning Commission. Thank you all for presenting this project to us. I actually have been a resident for over 8 years here in Costa Mesa, and I've grown up in Orange County my whole life. So I'm very familiar with the Triangle Square, and I personally don't see the signage as an issue because I can see the value it can bring to the community. I consider Triangle Square to be the heart of Costa Mesa downtown. Right when you exit the freeway, it enters you to Costa Mesa as well as Newport Beach. But I see the Triangle Square as something that is lacking excitement that it has had. And as you can see with the Mateen ownership, how they are improving the development with Cafe Sevilla and other tenants that they hope to bring into the center. I honestly just see it as a value, not only for Costa Mesa, the city, but for the Triangle Square and the local community. So I just want to say that I support this for the downtown Costa Mesa area.
Thank you very much.
Linda,
Next speaker, please.
You may provide your public comment. Linda, go ahead and unmute yourself. Okay, Mr. Chairman, I'll go on to the next person.
Okay, thank you.
Phone call on phone number ending in 498. Please provide your public comment.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
All right. Well, first of all, I want to take this opportunity to wish everybody a happy Distracted Driving Awareness Month. So I want to make you aware of what you may not be aware of. The corner of 19th and Harbor, when you're coming off of that freeway, and I'm no expert, but I've driven a lot, and I've got eyes and a brain, and you've got traffic that actually crosses over each other. I have had for years to tell people when I'm giving them directions to come to my house to be careful about that corner. It's very dangerous. And then when you look at the signs and their proximity to the traffic lights, it only takes a split second for somebody to get distracted. And so this isn't about the Triangle Square. We all want it to succeed. Of course we do. But this is about safety. And when you look at that heat map, perhaps some of you are unaware, but the red is danger. And so you need to treat it as such. And there's a lot of us who drive that on a regular basis, and we're subjected to that. And really, you know, that's not going to cure what ails that center. It's the parking issue. And again, as others have said, there's no viable marketing plan. A shuttle for the neighbors, it's probably really a bad idea to tick off your neighbors who are probably the most likely repeat customers. So this is just crazy what's being proposed here. And, you know, over and over we've said we don't want it. It's not a good deal. The trade-off's not there, and it's a danger to the people who drive it on a regular basis. It's not worth it, and I encourage you to vote no. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Barbara Ecken, you may provide your public comment. Barbara, oh, there you go.
Can you hear me? Okay.
Yes, we can.
Thank you. My family has owned commercial property in Costa Mesa for over 50 years, as well as residing here for an equally long time. I am pro-business, but not at the expense of safety. I do believe this would be an increased safety issue at an intersection that's already perilous for pedestrians, vehicles, and bicyclists. And it is among the most traffic impacted problematic intersections in our state, as has been already pointed out. But I believe signage regulations are partly in place in order to keep our community from looking like another Las Vegas or Los Angeles. similar cities that can attract crime by cheesy advertising displays. And while currently there are no proposals that I know of to advertise marijuana dispensaries and strip clubs and things of that nature, I can see where in the future it could go there. So that's a concern too, because one of the things that draw people to this area is a family-friendly, upscale city. And so it is my belief that residents and business owners in general do not want to shift our friendly community image to one that welcomes, just brings a whole different image to our city. So I respectfully ask that that you vote no on this issue. I also have a question that may have been addressed earlier, but a couple of my neighbors have mentioned that there has been money that has been contributed by the owner to some of the council members. And I would hope that if that is true, I would personally like assurance that if that were true, those people would recuse themselves from the vote because of an obvious conflict of interest.
Okay, thank you for your comments. Next speaker, please.
Okay, we're gonna try to see if Kevin Bartinian can provide his public comment now. If you could please unmute yourself.
Yes, Mr. Bartanian, if you're on Zoom, you have to click on the microphone to unmute yourself in the Zoom module. Okay.
Okay, Mr. Chairman.
Next speaker,
hold
please.
on. Yes, I'm going to allow the email that ends in canonmanagement.com to speak. Provide your public comment.
Hi, thank you for taking my call. I appreciate everybody being here tonight. I'm the facilities manager for the Triangle Square, and I have really firsthand experience of the needs of the tenant and what the Triangle Square needs for maintenance and deferred maintenance. I've been here for 3 years in my position. I was a Costa Mesa resident, and I was here when the Triangle Square was built. I also used to come by the Triangle Square as a patron. I hope that the council will look at the facts. There are quite a few people here that keep referring to flashing lights, even though as many times as we said it already, they don't flash. And then also the safety reports keep going back to safety. And I think it's clear that these billboards are safe, and the sign program gives the tenants the ability to really change the signs as it fits the need of their businesses. I do have to say that people that question other people's ethics with negative comments and unfair statements are probably not ethical themselves. So I hope that we can pass this tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Next commenter, please.
Afshin Mogavin, you may provide your public comment.
Hi, yes, this is Afshin. Thank you. I've been a resident of Costa Mesa for 45 years now, and I just really don't understand all the negativity toward this project. I'm very in favor of it. It's only going to enhance the area and help the property owners just make enough money to put back into the property and make it a center for the community. All these people who are saying no are really short-term thinkers that probably hardly leave the house, and versus the yes, which are long-term thinkers driving the community forward. And I just don't understand why everyone's looking at the glass half empty when everyone should be looking at it half full. And I emphatically am a yes for this project. And that's all.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Caller and user 2, you may provide your public comment.
Hello. I would like to note that the code
the Costa Mesa Municipal Code says that no signs with digital changeable copy are permitted. But now staff says, well, it's okay because we've done it before. Well, 2 wrongs don't make a right, or in this case, 3 wrongs don't make a right either. What we're looking at here is a judicial process. It's not legislative. Using a judicial or quasi-judicial process to basically change the meaning of the law tries to basically misuse such a process for legislative purposes. What we're finding, as in the case of Lewis Carroll's Humpty Dumpty, a word will mean simply what the Planning Commission chooses it to mean. Well, the problem with that is the courts kind of frown on that. In fact, they frown on it a lot. They have very much refused to allow legislative changes to happen under the guise of a judicial process, which is what you're trying to do here. Why is this a problem? Legislative changes are subject to referendum. Legislative changes can occur due to an initiative of the people, which then begs the other question. If a word in our existing code can mean whatever the Planning Commission chooses it to mean at a given moment to accommodate a given applicant, does a word in Measure Y mean what the Planning Commission happens to choose it to mean? Where Measure Y says you have to go to a vote of the people, I guess maybe we won't. Where Measure AA says we will protect Fairview Park, maybe we won't. So the plain language says it's not allowed, guys. Let's not play games. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
George Kashugian, you may provide your public comment.
Mr. Kashagian, you have to unmute yourself, sir.
Apologies.
There you go.
Apologies. Sorry, guys. Hi, my name is George Kasagian. I'm a resident and business owner in Costa Mesa. I have seen the devastation of what COVID has done, not only to my business, but to all the others around in our community. These are definitely not normal times. We cannot expect businesses to survive without the help of the community. The Triangle is a part of our home and livelihood. We have to make sure that we do everything we can to make our city as prosperous as we can. We've heard from Mr. Mateen himself that his main goal is to make this city a destination, and it's in everyone's best interest for the Triangle to generate as much tax revenue as it can for the well-being of our citizens. I feel like all the no's are from the people who do not even frequent the Triangle Center. How can you expect someone to improve a center when there's no revenue generated? We have to think with long term in order to drive the community forward, not backwards. I'm sick of our community being sabotaged by emotional residents who don't even know what it's like to own a business and provide, not being what it should be. And we finally have an owner willing to spend money, and we are all emotionally blocking his ability to do so. A no vote is a backwards vote. I'm in favor of the billboard and the benefit to our community. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Palia Abdi, you may provide your public comment.
Looks like that speaker left the queue, Julie.
No, I'm still on. Can you guys
Okay.
hear me?
Yep, go ahead.
Okay. Good evening, everyone. I won't keep you long. I'm a business owner in Costa Mesa. I heard that this was on the agenda, and I'm calling in because I believe in cities going forward and not saying stale. And the reason why I'm calling is I think it's actually funny that there's a freeway that leads up to this shopping center. The freeway has tremendous amount of light and traffic and noise that butts up right up into this. And the owner who wants to clearly invest into our city through this shopping center wants to add billboard, which advertises many different things, including the shops that are there. And we're sitting here spending time saying yes or no when the reality is this butts up against a freeway that has just as much, a lot more noise and light and traffic than any billboard could possibly bring. If anything, it'll beautify that corner. It'll bring a welcomeness. And if it brings money to the city and if it brings recognition to the businesses, that's a positive. And it actually might dilute all of the negative of the lights and the noise and the ugliness of a freeway that comes to it. I took time tonight just because I think this is ridiculous that there's, people, and I'm sure they have their own reasons, fighting this rather than helping this move forward so that intersection and that entrance to Costa Mesa can become more of a welcome sign than anything else. I just wanted to be heard tonight as a business owner who's hoping that these signs bring people and direction to our businesses so we can do more business and more sales and grow, especially during this time. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your comments. Julie, do we have any phone line callers? I don't see anybody else in the queue. So if we have anybody on the telephone.
Mr. Chairman, I do not see anybody else that has their hand raised at
Okay.
this time.
All right, so I'm going to close public comment.
Oh,
What
wait,
I'd like
oh, wait, never mind. Sorry, it went away.
Public comments closed. So what I'd like to do is take 5 minutes to 5 to 10 minutes. Well, let's come back at 9:45 so everybody can take a break. We'll have the applicant back up to rebut, and then we'll have questions from the commission and to the applicant and any questions of staff as well. And then hopefully we can conclude our business. So let's go till 9:45, take a break. Thank you. Okay, we'll wait till everybody gets back. Just need Commissioner Toller and Ms. Colgan and Ms. Green. Commissioner Toller, are you with us? There he is. Okay, so Julie or Brenda, could you let us know when we're back live? If we are?
We're ready. We're back live, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, great. Thank you. We'll reconvene the April 12th Planning Commission meeting and continue with the public hearing on public hearing item number 1. We've had public comment. We've closed public comment. So I'd ask the applicant to the floor to have time for rebuttal. And then we'll probably have commissioner questions. I know I have a few.
Thank you, Chairman. This is Coralie Newman representing Triangle Square. I appreciate the time to address the comments. I am very pleased with the testimony this evening. As you could see, it was extremely balanced. And in fact, the testimony was more in favor for this proposal than against. So that is very, very positive in terms of hopefully getting a positive decision tonight. The business community and the residents alike many were in favor. In terms of the questions or the comments, first of all, there were many people on the opposition that commented that this is an illegal sign. Staff went to an extensive analysis in your staff report on pages 3, 4, and I think 5, and they talk about section 13-120 planned signing programs. And they do say that these planned sign programs, which are all over the city, and they list them all that have been approved, are allowed and are legal. Safety. I think we've hit that one pretty hard. We could have Chip Israel again talk about that, but we are safe. As your staff has said, there is absolutely no evidence in the record that digital signs have any effect on safety in an intersection. And to add to our safety, we have gone from an 8-second change to a 20-second change. I think that was a very important change that we did towards safety. Third, in terms of one, I do want to make a comment. Somebody commented, look at the cities of Tustin and Orange. Well, I think that's a good point. If you look at the city of Tustin, I did work on the Tustin marketplace, and signage is what's made that center work. And they have freeway signs and they have huge signs up and down Jamboree Boulevard. As you know, that was developed by the Irvine Company on both sides of the street, and they are there. We brought this up before, but Irvine Spectrum, also by the Irvine Company, one of the most prominent or premier retail developers in Orange County, believes in digital signs and put one up on the Irvine Spectrum with the comments in the record, which I read, that they felt that it was imperative that they have the ability to do LED signage for their center. Obscene content, it's in the DA, it is simply not permitted. I have gone to the ALLO website. I find nothing obscene with that website. In fact, I found it beautiful, and I read it again today, and there's all kinds of family literature on that website, and I do object to that particular point, but yeah, that's I guess a personal matter. But again, we know the content restriction is limited in the DA. In terms of the marketing program, Mr. Martin and his marketing staff have underdone a lot of things. I know you were asking those questions. I just want to highlight the types of things that they have done. They've done press releases. They did a full rebranding with the signage package and rebranding company. They do media relations, social media, website, public community events, holiday events, and of course, you know, those were pre-COVID, and hopefully now we'll get them moving again. Holiday events, Costa Makers events, which was an art event, anniversary events, as we talked about before for Yard House. So yes, we have a full array of marketing tools that we've been using. This is just the extra piece that we're requesting of the community, the Planning Commission approve. We do not agree that this will create blight in any way. We think it's an upgrade. We've shown through Chip Israels and Cliff Selberts, who are expert in the area of signage and lights, that we are not bright. We do not impact the residential communities. In fact, we've shown that we have pulled the signs back from any visibility from residential communities. In terms of the development agreements, there's no, I don't know what the word, there's no conflict of interest with a development agreement. I think your city attorney would add to this, but per the state of California code 65864, local communities are encouraged to do development agreements that provide orderly and provide public benefits, such as we are doing here, and that's state law. So this is a recommendation by the state for cities to do what we're doing here and what the city's doing here. So I feel that we've addressed every concern. I feel the testimony was very balanced. In fact, by our records, it was actually more in favor this evening. The business community and the residential community, many community members were saying that they do feel it's time for this change to happen. And I heard a lot of people say, let's look forward, not backwards. It's time to have a positive outlook about our future for Costa Mesa. And that's what we're hoping for. And again, I think we have addressed every question. I do have language for Commissioner Fick, on the, that I could get to when you feel that it's the right time, Chairman, on the lighting system, on the light levels, getting to the residential, the 0.1 versus the 0.74 that he had asked early before public testimony. I can read that language when you're ready. So with that, I think our, is that you?
I was muted, so now I'm back on. So I appreciate your comments. So I'm gonna.
Sorry. Chairman, can I add one more thing? I'm sorry.
Sure.
My team here. Okay. Just one last thing. In terms of Canon Commercial, the question was asked about who they are and what they do. I think it's clear. I would like to clarify for the record that Tyler Mateen is an officer with Canon Commercial. They have over 15 million square feet of commercial real estate in the United States, including they had owned and operated the Dallas Galleria. They had owned and operated the Houston Galleria, and they have hotels, including the Palais Hotel in Los Angeles. So they do come to the table with credentials. So with that, I will thank you, and I appreciate your time and look forward to a positive outcome this evening. Thank you.
Thank you. So I'm gonna, I think the scope of my questioning is gonna be quite narrow. I want to try to get an understanding. So either Ms. Newman or Mr. Mateen. So if I'm a Martian and I just landed on Earth and I was watching this going on, tell me what the purpose of this application is. What is the purpose of these signs? The request for these LED signs. Is everybody still there? Or did like the rapture happen? What happened?
I
I'm
think
left
that-
behind. Like,
I was having a difficult time getting unmuted. The
okay.
purpose is to provide advertising and exposure for the center. As we said, we didn't start off, we didn't want to repeat ourselves from last month, but this is a triangle and it's always had challenges in terms of exposure. And we're trying to enhance the exposure. So if I was a Martian looking down, I would see a triangle. And that triangle needs signage on its 3 points.
So,
And
okay.
revenue to reinvest in the center and into Costa Mesa.
So let me ask you this question. From your perspective, is the principal objective of the sign program, particularly with respect to the LED component, a revenue generating purpose? One of them.
It's one of them.
Okay. So let me ask you this question. Absent the ability to sell advertising off site, would you do the project?
It would be really economically difficult.
It would be difficult, but I think we would have to say yes. You're asking us if we would not do third-party ads. Is that what you're asking?
Correct. If the project, unless you provided advertising content to your tenants via an increase in their CAM contribution, or you charged them directly.
Because it's one thing.
Absent, you got to let me finish the question.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Let me mute myself.
Yeah.
We've got a team here. I can't get unmuted.
Absent third-party offsite advertising, is the project viable? Are the LED sign components viable?
So you're asking, to repeat the question, would we do these signs if there was no third-party advertising?
Right.
That's what you're asking. And yes, we would do the signs if there's no third-party advertising.
Okay,
However,
there's a specific reason I asked that question, but go ahead.
I'm sure, I know you're going somewhere. I can feel it. But however, that really changes the economics for the city, because that means there's no revenues coming to the city off this sign. And maybe that's okay to the city.
That's not the premise of my question, but I appreciate the observation. You're correct.
Okay, and so go ahead, let him finish. Excuse me, go ahead.
So if I'm driving by and I'm seeing an ad for Mercedes-Benz, or I'm seeing an ad for Coca-Cola, or for Michael Kors, or Louis Vuitton, or whatever it is, if I'm driving by and I see those, what would compel me to say, oh, I should go visit Triangle Square?
I think where you're going is that you would like to know what the percentage of the signs could go to the tenants, because I know you've expressed your concern that you want to make sure that taco night at La Vida Cantina, or the discounted movies, or whatever the other things that tenants have, plus their ads, you want to make sure that it's a balance.
Well, here's what's fascinating to me is that in this entire discussion for more than a year, and I know I've articulated it to you and probably to some other folks, is how rarely, if ever, the mention of the tenants or the people that are suffering the most comes up in this conversation. It's either about raising money to take care of the center so that the center looks nicer. Although if I'm driving by and I see the Louis Vuitton ad that I know help generate revenue, that helps you pressure wash the sidewalks, put in new elevators, improve the parking, I wouldn't even know that maintenance occurred, because all I'm seeing is a Louis Vuitton ad. And I have no idea that, one, you're even charging for it. I'm assuming you are. And two, what happens to that money? So I guess my point has always been, I've been particularly disappointed that, and I don't even think the city needs the time. I don't know why the city needs 5 weeks of advertising on the thing. I'd rather give it the 5 weeks to the tenants. So I guess my question is to you, how, absent any tenant content, and I haven't seen anything in the development agreement, or I've barely heard some articulation that the tenants will get some board time. I don't know how, other than raising revenue to take care of the center, I don't know how the tenants benefit.
Tenant content allocation offered and rejected.
You're unmuted.
Because we had discussed that the tenants, well, first of all, the question that I think that's a little bit of the tenants have been discussed a lot, and the tenants have testified a lot in both hearings that we've had tremendous tenant testimony about wanting these signs. So first of all, the tenants have been very well represented and have been extremely, I think, verbal about wanting an approval for these signs. Second of all, in the last discussion, you had wanted us, the commission, not you personally, Chairman, but the commission had asked us to demonstrate how these revenues would be expended in the center on itself. That now is in the development agreement in very detailed language about how revenues generated by third-party signs would be spent in the center. There's a whole list of capital improvements.
Understood.
Yeah, okay.
But like I said, I'm driving through 55 and the 19th for the first time. I don't know what's at Triangle, other than I see a LED display with whatever ad it is, but it's not tenant related. What is going to compel me to go into Triangle Square absent tenant content on that LED display?
Well,
Taco Tuesday, a sports night, whatever it is.
I think that it goes to a question that I had heard you ask, which is, would we be willing to, just as we've allocated it? And if you want to take city content out and make that as a recommend, the city content came from the city. Okay. That was and I was not in those negotiations, but when this development agreement was originally negotiated, the city had asked for this 10%, which now is in the 5 days with the language that is now currently in the DA. But if the planning commission wishes to recommend to the city council, which we are more than open to, that's a city decision, that number one, the city content allocation gets reduced, and there is specific, so we have tenant language in there for capital improvements, which is what we talked about last week. We could now add a % for tenant allocation based on a recommendation of approval of the DA by the planning commission to the city council, that there's X% of tenant ads guaranteed on the signs. And I think that's the questions you're asking, because then you would be guaranteed that when you're driving down the street, you're going to see things specifically about Triangle Square on these signs.
Okay. Fair enough. So let me ask you this question. So we've all gone through the ordinance and we all know what the ordinance says, essentially that under 13-116, the following types of signs are prohibited in all zones, and it goes through A through L, and L happens to be electronic changeable copy signs, except theater marquees, and time temperature signs are prohibited in all zones.
That's where I was going.
And then we go to 13-120 under planned signing programs, where presumably the I'm trying to formulate my thought, and you guys are trying to figure out what I'm going to say before I even say it. So either mute yourself so I can finish my question, or figure out a way to talk offline a little more quiet. So in order for, and presuming that a flat out prohibition of a sign type in 13-116 is fungible if you provide a planned signing program under 13-120, provided the 4 review standards are met. And 13-120 was put in place as a means to respond to, in part, respond to quote unquote special circumstances. What I'd like to hear you articulate is, what are your special circumstances that would give the Planning Commission the comfort level that a decision to override 13.116 is appropriate in this case?
So let me.
What's the special circumstance?
Okay, can you hear me? I'm sorry.
can. Yep,
I'm
yep,
struggling
sure.
with the phone technology
No, take your
and
time.
the swiping.
Take your time.
Thank you, Chairman. I appreciate that. I think the staff report is quite articulate in that it's the same thing with SoCo, 333 Highland Avenue, Metro Point, 901 South Coast Drive, the camp out on Randolph Avenue, Randy's Donuts, et cetera, et cetera. Those all met the findings of special circumstances. And I think if anything, we meet those findings even stronger because we are at the end of a freeway. As many people have testified, we are not in a residential community. We are in an urban environment with commercial on all sides of us. On all sides of Newport Boulevard and Harbor Boulevard is commercial development, and it's zone commercial. Even across the street, we have Mothers, and coming down the 55 freeway to a triangle, as you asked me earlier, if I was a Martian and I could put digital signing anywhere, it would definitely be on this corner, because I'm coming down the 55 freeway to the end, and there's a shopping center there that needs the help of a special signing program. And we've met all the criteria that your staff has laid out per the code to do a plan signing program.
Okay.
And we meet all the findings, especially being at the end of the freeway against two arterials. I don't know how you cannot. That's my answer. Thank you.
Thank you. So Ms. Lee or Mr. Arias, a couple of questions. In terms of past projects that have had LED display signs approved under a planned sign program in the staff report, the staff provides 3 examples. One is ZA 13-22, which was a amendment to planned sign program for Metro Point. The other was ZA 20-17, which was an amendment to a planned sign program for, was that Metro Point again? Maybe I've got them both. Maybe I missed one. No, I guess I didn't. Then one ZA-09-33 planned sign program amendment for SoCo at 3330 Highland. And the conditions of approval for any of those permits or in the ordinances, is off-site third-party advertising for sale allowed in any of those permits?
I have to double check to confirm, but I believe both do not have any offsite advertising.
Okay, is it permitted?
Through the planned sign program, no.
Yeah, okay. So here's an interesting point, and what I would like to hear from staff. I asked the applicant, what is this quote unquote special circumstance in this case? And I'd like to hear from staff what they think the special circumstance is. And it's interesting to me because as I look back at those 3 permits under a planned site program that essentially overrode the flat out prohibition of these signs. In all three instances, staff recommended denial. And I'm wondering why in this case it's different. I mean, it's different staff, different time, I understand, but I kind of like to hear, I'm sure you guys went back and looked at all these and wondered why, even though that ultimately the Planning Commission and or the City Council approved these, despite staff recommendation, I'm wondering why staff believe that these permit requests back in the day, I'll say, did not merit quote unquote special circumstance or did not meet certain criteria that would that the staff felt were good enough to, or findings that were good enough to recommend an approval.
Chair, I can start, and then Mr. Arias, if you'd like to weigh in, or Ms. Emery. Apologies, I'm having technical difficulties as well, so I've logged via my phone.
No worries.
Hopefully my audio is good. My microphone turned off completely on my computer. So just to give a little background, staff's recommendation is based on our evaluation of the specifics of this site from the standpoint of the uniqueness of the property. We also considered its location at the end of a freeway and the shape and configuration of the property, as well as the fact that it's one of our only sort of regional entertainment retail-based venues in the city, along with some of our other shopping centers that have also had planned sign programs in the past. I can't speak specifically to why the recommendation for denial for the past applications was made, but I can say that certainly the findings in particular grow and change over time, and staff does look at the past findings of the City Council and the Planning Commission, who are the ultimate decision makers, and the ultimate interpretations are provided bodies of the zoning code. So staff also looked at those past approvals as being indicative of what the council felt that the interpretation of the code should be. So those are some of the considerations that staff considered as we put our recommendation forward. Ultimately,
Okay.
we've said this in the report, and I'll reiterate it here. We do believe that the matter of whether or not to allow electronic signs in this particular location is something that is a policy determination. We feel that there are findings enough to support it, and we provided those in the staff report, but ultimately we agree it's a policy determination by the Planning Commission and Council as to whether these are appropriate at this location.
Okay. So I can flip back over a question to Ms. Newman or Mr. Mateen. Let's say Planning Commission recommends approval, sends a development agreement to the City Council, City Council approves. What's your time frame for implementing the sign program? You have
Sorry,
a construction, you have a construction schedule?
If we got approved, assuming that this goes to City Council in June, it would take probably 8 to 10 months to get the signs up from June.
And my guess is you'd be selling advertising in the interim while you're putting them up.
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, sure, yeah. If we'd be allowed, yeah.
You'd be getting it ready, queued up. Sorry.
Oh, and yes, we would try to be getting it queued up for when the signs would be ready, if that's what you're asking.
Okay. I don't want to ask that question, it's more business related. I'm trying to square with the notion that a bunch of tenants are about ready to jump on board and sign leases, but if you don't have a sign program for 10 months, I'm wondering kind of what the benefit is to them unless they're willing to hold on for 10 months and give it a shot.
First of all, it takes a number of months to even sign a lease.
Sure, I'm sure you're in LOIs or whatever. You gotta do all that stuff.
And then, there's tenant build outs, they've got to get permits, and that whole process takes roughly around the same time. So I think the timeframes actually mesh pretty well.
All right, commissioners, are there any questions of further staff or of the applicant before I close the public hearing? Raise hands, please. Vice Chair Colbert, you're.
I couldn't switch back to my raise hand question, but I raised my hand. So a couple of questions. I have one, question to staff, to Ms. Rosales, but it's my third question. I'll ask it now, maybe if she needs to find the answer. Could you tell me what the light cycle is at that intersection in terms of time? What the actual second light cycle for an average car to get through that intersection, specifically at 19th and Newport? And then if you know now, you can answer, but if not, then I have a couple other questions for other staff members.
Planning Commissioner Colbert, I do have that information for you now. So the cycle length, actually at the cycle length on Newport Boulevard at 19th Broadway and Harbor in the AM peak, it's 180 seconds. That's the entire cycle length. So that's the full green time and yellow time and red time for every single phase through the intersection. I can break that down a little bit more for you if you'd like. In the midday, it's 150 seconds. And that's, for all the movements going all the way around. And then in the evening peak, it's 160 second cycle length. And then on the weekends, it's 150 second cycle length.
Okay, so if I were coming up the freeway 55 to the actual intersection, I would, pending there, I actually arrive at the light, I would have to wait at some periods between 150 and 180 seconds in order to get through that cycle.
No, actually, that's if you get stuck and you have to sit through an entire cycle and you sit through it you're at it. It's great. So that's an entire cycle if you sit through it. So if you were on Newport Boulevard, for example, and it was phasing 19th Street would have about a 60 second phase for for 19th Street. And then it would then phase, and then there's about 125 to 130 seconds that would be Newport Boulevard.
Okay, got it. That makes sense to me. I sit at that light often, but I just wanted to make sure that I never counted. The next question is, Mr. Arias, I think you kind of touched upon this earlier from one of the commissioners, but I just want to make sure that I'm understanding that the types of deviations that were outlined, I think on page 4 of the staff report, they're deviations that are consistent with other planned signing programs throughout the city. Is that correct?
Sorry, can you repeat that again? So you're talking about the on page 5, the examples I referenced?
Yeah, page 5, and then I believe something was referenced on page 4, for page 5 specifically, yes.
Yeah, so what I tried to do here was research various types of plan signing programs and the different deviations that were requested through them. So I tried to extrapolate the ones that requested to propose one of the prohibited signs, and then other what I'll call unique deviations that have been requested that I noticed as I was going through my research.
Okay, so would it be fair to say that the signs that have been approved or obtained approval in the past are signs that, so this application before us, I guess my question is to be clear, is that the application before us would not in fact be like some type of first time precedent. It would be there's been a history of this plan signing programs with deviations.
Yeah, so I would say that that's correct. Would not be a first time for a plan signing program to be used as the vehicle for deviating from a prohibited sign type. That's what the examples on page 5.2. This would be the first time that there would be offsite advertising proposed.
This will be the first time there will be offsite advertising and proposing the sign. Okay, and I think that was going to lead to my next question, but actually, Mr. Chairman Jericho asked that. And just the last thing is kind of just a question that came up during the comments from the community. And I just want to, I guess, get understanding as well, but I think I know the answer. But if the site is sold, the entitlements run with the site as well.
Yes, that's correct.
And in terms of the development agreement that was entered into with the city, pending that nothing changes and like the council approved this, and it was an active thing, if it were sold, those terms would still have to be agreed upon with the new owner.
Yes, that's correct.
Correct. I just wanted to make sure, one of the citizens made a comment about that. I want to make sure that was addressed. Mr. Chairman, no more questions. Thank you.
Okay. Commissioners, any other questions? I don't see any hands going up. Okay, we'll close the public hearing. Commissioners, what is your pleasure? Does anybody have thoughts or a motion? Commissioner Toller.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move that we recommend the City Council deny zoning application 1968 Development Agreement 2001. I have a lot of thoughts on that, and I'd be happy to share them after we give someone a chance to second.
Okay, is there a second?
I will second that and also have comments.
Okay, so there's a motion on the floor for denial by Commissioner Toller and seconded by Commissioner Zick. So Commissioner Toller, the floor is yours in terms of comments.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So, well, let me first say thank you to everybody that's involved in this. I can't believe how much work has gone into this by the applicant, so many skilled consultants, staff going through 40 years of paperwork, and the public going above and beyond, sitting through multiple 5-6 hour meetings, putting together their own PowerPoint presentations, hiring their own consultants even. I have a lot of good to say about this, so I don't want to treat this lightly. I think everybody, given the amount of work they put into this, deserves thoughtful responses from the commission. So here we go. If I weren't on the planning commission and forced to think through this, this probably would not be a meeting that I would sit in for 6 hours for. I look at those renderings and it looks cool. I'll be honest. I think it breathes life into a otherwise bleak, kind of a dreary place, all three corners. Those renderings make it look like something I would be happy for them. I wouldn't mind it. You think about the amount of work that it takes to swap out the current sign compared to uploading a file and switching something every 20 seconds. It's a no-brainer for the applicant. I get it. It has the potential for helping local businesses. We've heard from current tenants. If I was a tenant there forking out leases, I would definitely be calling in too. I understand that. I want to say that I'm especially appreciative of Selby Perkins, the sign consultant and the lighting consultant. I found their analysis very helpful about what matters is glare and the discussion on luminance and the ability to dim the light with fog, with the amount of daylight. And at the last meeting, I remember one saying, I think it was Mr. Israel from Lighting Design Alliance that was talking about how even as a professional, he sees billboards sometimes, and he can't tell whether they're digital or not. They feel more papery, and I get that, and I appreciate that. I feel like the jury is out as to whether these sort of signs make streets more dangerous. I know that's not an expected comment of me. I'm probably going to get shot at from both sides for these comments, but the evidence that was shared with us by members of the community for that argument is good. There's obviously a robust debate as to whether digital billboards make streets more dangerous. It seems there's no conclusive evidence of there being a positive correlation between car crashes and the presence of digital billboards. That's not to say they might not be distracting and increase the danger. I'll give them that.
He's already recommended denial.
But I want to say I have strong reservations against the idea that development and use of private land should be contingent on traffic conditions. So just that principle, I take issue with. I think that's a tail wagging the dog. I don't think traffic patterns should dictate what people can and cannot do with their land. For example, I live next to a very interesting house. It's very ornate. It has different shingle patterns. It has different brick patterns. It has interesting windows. I see people driving in front of my house all day, moving their car forward. They're driving down my street, but their heads are turned around like owls, looking behind them at the house. It's a very distracting house. Do we want to ban too much detail on residential homes? I mean, I'm trying to apply this consistently here. Let's apply this to the triangle. What if, I've always kind of thought the dome was a little suboptimal. If you sit at Mother's and eat, you look out the window and you see that. What if they wanted to make the dome beautiful? What if they hired OCC students to carve something very elaborate, very ornate? What if you had statues of former mayors holding up the dome, such that it's distracting? We don't have stuff like that in the city. Would we say no to that on the grounds that it's too distracting for drivers? I don't know. Is the intersection insane at 19th and Newport Boulevard? Most emphatically, yes. All those streets are extremely dangerous, and Harbor, 19th, Newport Boulevard, terrible. I'm not denying that at all. And I'm so glad that there's so many in the community that recognize that, and I hope that we could channel that energy into action in terms of those streets themselves. One thing I thought a lot about with the city getting a cut from all this ad revenue, what if a portion of it, rather than just disappearing into the general fund, had to be reserved for investing into those arterials, into that moat that surrounds triangle that stops, makes it hard for people to get to from the other side. But I had to snap out of that idea really quick, because those streets aren't bleak and dangerous and stressful because of lack of funds. They're bleak and they're stressful and they're dangerous because we decided and we continually decide that driver convenience is the most important thing. It's more important than anything else. We make that decision continually as a city. There's a dozen things we could do tomorrow to make those streets better and less dangerous and less stressful. We're willing to sacrifice beauty, comfort, safety, mobility options even for driver convenience. That's the problem with those streets. So it's not the science. So I just want to make it clear that my reservation against this project is not based on the distracting drivers argument. My reservations against this project are real boring and technical. It's the two findings. The code. Everybody has the code open. It's 13.120. A planned signing program may be approved only if the following findings are made. Finding number 1. Proposed signing is consistent with the intent of this chapter and the general plan. So what's the intent of this chapter? You got to scroll up in the code, 13.109. The intent of the sign ordinance. I wrote in, for my own sake, an abridged version, just to to keep things clear because it's a very long sentence. The purpose of this chapter is to regulate signage to balance the needs of businesses with traffic safety and the needs of the citizens for a pleasant, uncluttered environment. It goes on to say that it's to maintain an aesthetically pleasing environment. My inbox has been getting bombarded for months with residents who are just livid about this. They're like I said before, they're taking time out of their day to dig into our municipal code, to think through the implications of this allowance, and to really sit down and articulate the reasons that they think this is a bad idea. There's a petition nearing 1,000 signatures against this idea. And we have signage standards because most signs fall within pretty consistent parameters. And we also have a process by which people can deviate from those standards, but still make something different and cool that everyone likes. And that's good. I get that. Most cool signs that are memorable and people love, think Kona Lanes or Metro Car Wash, other ones in town. The signs everyone loves always break the rules. So I get that process. I think it's a good process. But here we are in the thick of deliberation over whether this is a good sign or not, despite the fact that it doesn't fit in the regular mold. And it's crashing and burning. The residents have emphatically said that they do not find the signage to be pleasant and aesthetically pleasing. And that's what the finding requires. It also says, the code also says that plan sign programs shall not be used to circumvent this intent. Findings 2 and 4, I don't really have an issue with. They're not very tangible. 2 and 3, that is. Finding number 4, it seems to get worse. I'm going to read it. Again, this is in our municipal code, 13120. Approval does not constitute a grant of special privilege or allow substantially greater overall visibility than the standard ordinance provisions allow. So there's 2 tests in this finding. I see this proposal failing both. Special privilege is the first one. How is the city going to say no to the next 10 applicants that come forward asking to be able to put up a digital billboard on their property? If the city would allow it, that seems like a great deal, right? This is a cash cow. Are we going to let everybody else install a cash cow? What I think is how can we reasonably and consistently and fairly say no to the next people that ask for this? The second part of this finding, approval does not allow substantially greater overall visibility than the standard ordinance provisions allow. Other businesses in town are allowed an area of signage in proportion to the amount of street frontage that the lot has and the lot depth. That's it. This is a simple equation. This signing program would allow nearly double the amount of signage that our codes would allow. So it pretty straightforwardly fails the test in that required finding. So those are the 2 reasons that I can't support this project, despite the fact that I do like it. I really commend everybody involved, and I kind of wish we could do like a trial, but obviously with this sort of installation and complication, that's not possible. If everybody would allow me, I have a couple more comments just in terms of what tips the scales, and I want to address this out of respect for all the commenters. Content control. We have done, I think staff has done as good a job as possible in listing and trying to control content in a reasonable way, right? No explosives, no nudity, no copyright infringements, things like that. But you can only go so far with that. There's a lot of gray area whereby content could be displayed in our downtown, which many residents find to be unwelcome. I mean, the yoga studio, yeah, beautiful, scantily clad women. We have a lot of surf industry in town, same thing. It is a family town, and there's a lot of people that might not want their kids who maybe have image and self-esteem problems, don't want that in their face all the time. That's one of 100 examples we could think of. So the point, though, is that we need to be prudent about what we're inviting into our shared public space, because once this thing's there, it's permanent. We're not taking it down. Another thing that tips the scales for me is I am always wary of large projects. I kind of tend to operate under the principle that small blocks, small lots, many owners, many stakeholders, adaptable buildings, that's what makes for resilience. That's how cities have always been until the second half of the 20th century. We, just like many cities, I'm not saying anything bad about us, but we allow and encourage bigger projects. Minimum lot size is one way we do that. And we even did that through eminent domain with this triangle site, right? I was looking at an old picture a few days ago, an aerial of this site from the 60s, and there was over a dozen small buildings. There was a street going through it, and there were a whole bunch of little shop fronts. But now, by consolidating all those and having one big project, we have a too big to fail kind of scenario, right? And all these businesses stand or fall together, and people are pleading, saying, we have to do this. We have to save them. We have to save the big project to save all these little projects. But the burden of saving Triangle Square can't be forced onto the reluctant residents to compensate for what is fundamentally a design problem, design of the whole building itself, and the design of those three arterials that contribute just as much to what's causing the center to struggle so much. It seems like the third-party advertising revenue is going to artificially and permanently prop up something that the market has been saying no to. And I don't know if that's our role as the city. Lastly, and I'm finished here, at the end of the day, it's a billboard. It's not just identifying businesses like all other signs in the city. This one, just like all the other exceptions we've made and talked about over the years, it's an example of an increasingly desperate attempt to attract driver attention. And it's increasingly desperate, which is a good business move, by the way, right? But we have to get bigger and flashier because people are driving faster, people are being distracted by more things. And a few commenters have talked about how they don't want to be subject to in-your-face advertising. These aren't identification signs. Everybody gets that. Every tenant at the Triangle gets the regular signage that everybody else gets. So building facades, it's helpful to think about them as the walls of the public room, the shared space, right? That's what our city is. Our city is our streets, and these are the walls that we all share. So to allow commercial advertisements permanently hung on those walls, a lot of people have been saying no to that, and I have to respect that. And so that's where I'm at. I'm going to stop for now, but those are my thoughts. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Commissioner Zick, you were the seconder. You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I did second this motion, and obviously I didn't second it for all the reasons that Commissioner Toller just went through, because I hadn't heard any of that. But as he articulated his thoughts, I resonated with many of his comments. I'll go through my own. I would also like to start by echoing what I thought was very well articulated compliments to staff, to the applicant, to the applicant's team of consultants. I think the one thing that is clear to me is that everyone involved in this entire process has been committed, has been professional, has been goal-seeking, and has been trying to find yes when no is in the way. And I think everybody did a remarkable job in trying to get there. Staff reached out numerous times had numerous meetings with me individually, and I suspect with others, to try to understand what our thoughts were, what our concerns were, and what we thought they needed to do to address our thoughts and concerns. I had a meeting with the applicant, same spirit, and I suspect they met with other commissioners in the same way. We heard what you said. We're thinking about this. How would this change be received by you? And I think all of that listening, all of that accommodating, all of that attempt to compromise should be recognized, should be applauded, and I genuinely thank you for that. I thank staff for that, and I thank the applicant for that. Sometimes I approach these sort of projects like it's a balancing act of competing interests or objectives or values, and that in some way this needs to distill down to where there's a 51-49 sort of sentiment at the end. Like, yeah, this one just squeaks above in terms of it should be a yes or it should be a no. And I'm going to get to the findings as well at the end of my comments, but I'll tell you that my view of the findings are not that they are some bureaucratic list of thresholds that we have to look at, check the box, yes, we did it, no, we didn't, like we're doing our homework. So if somebody felt that was maybe the way that, well, if it wasn't for the findings, this thing would have just flown through. No, the findings are really the whole ball game. And it's all this other stuff that I think sort of supports or reinforces sort of the depth of understanding the findings. And I was very impressed with the way Commissioner Toller spoke about his view of this project. And like I say, many of his thoughts resonated with me. You know, in advertising, louder and bigger doesn't necessarily mean more business or more success. More signs doesn't mean more business, more success. Better business means more business and more success. And that's a difficult thing to put your finger on. And I think Mr. Mateen made a comment that, to me, I've felt a lot about a business. He referred to himself as a businessman, and I believe he is, and I respect him for that. And he said something else, that as a businessman, he makes a bet. Every business, every real business I respect makes a bet. And it's an important bet. It's not a wild gamble, but what are they pushing out into the center of the table? Their money, their treasure, their talent. They're making a bet. They make a bad decision, who suffers? You, me? No, them. Their business suffers. They make a bad decision with their business, they suffer. And I respect the fact that a businessman has to make these decisions to run a successful business. I respect that. You know, it's not government's job to run in and save people when they make bad decisions. Sometimes we do that, right? That's the compassionate side of us, the safety net side, all that. But at the end of the day, businesses are very much as accountable for their decision-making and the resulting success as individuals are. And so I look at some of this, the discretionary nature of this approval, and I say, well, is it worth it to Costa Mesa? You know, is this worth it? Public's obviously concerned, almost universally, although we had some of the business representatives who also indicated they lived in the city, but those that weren't directly tied to Triangle businesses, my sense was it was almost universal. But that doesn't mean just because they don't like it, it's a bad project and we should turn it down. That's just one input. They're concerned about safety. Is it legitimate? Well, we got a lot of data that shows it's a pretty dangerous area. Already, we don't even have these signs. So is the signs the problem? Is that why we have danger? Because of these signs? Or would the signs just make it worse? It should be intuitively obvious. It should be intuitively obvious to anybody that signs which are designed to get the attention of the drivers going by would add to the distracted driving and would result in a greater danger. That should be intuitively obvious. Now, can we get a traffic engineer to put a number to that and say there's a direct correlation and here's how we can show that? No, and I don't think that's necessarily the fault of a traffic engineer to be able to do that. But it should be intuitively obvious. But I give a great amount of respect to the applicant in some respects acknowledging that, or maybe they were simply yielding to my concerns about that by saying, okay, I recognize that the signs change every 8 seconds. People driving by are almost certainly going to look over to see what the new visual is. And so my thought was, if we slow that down to the point where it's almost a stationary sign that never changes, then by definition, it's something the drivers going by would get used to. We don't get distracted by every building we drive by. And to Commissioner Toller's comment about the really cool house that he lives next to, the people that drive down that street on a regular basis, after a while, they don't even notice it. You could probably have a conversation with them about that house and they go, I don't know, I go down that street every day, I never noticed it. So the things that are stationary and fixed, we just begin to tune out, it becomes part of the landscape. So by switching the sign rotation to 20 seconds, I think that makes it better. I really do, I think that makes it better. To the point where we ought to approve the project? No, I don't think so. It makes it better though. Visual blight and brightness. Well, there's a lot of comments about that. And I think as much comment there was about that, I think there was more comment and information about the engineering behind these lights and the technology behind these lights. It's conceivable to me, although I haven't experienced it, that these lights would not at all be visually blight or bright or blinking. But guess what? They are changeable. Why are they changeable? Because when you go from one ad to the next, that change by definition is you could call it a flash. Why is it a flash? Because the luminance of one ad does not equal the luminance of another. One might have, and we even saw that with some of the examples, a darker, the balance and ratio between the dark pixels and the light pixels is not identical in every ad. Some are brighter on balance, some are darker. And that change is a flash. The content prohibitions. Well, the public is somewhat concerned about the content of the ads. I think the city's done as good a job as could possibly be done there without writing a 1,000-page book listing all the things you can and cannot do. Yet it's still awfully subjective. You know, what is the brand of Costa Mesa? I asked a couple of questions and they weren't intended to be tricky questions, but if somebody were to ask me, John, do you think that Mercedes-Benz would be consistent with the brand of Costa Mesa? I say, geez, I sure hope so. I'd like to think that people thought of Costa Mesa as a really upscale, classy place, as opposed to maybe some beat up jalopy and they go, no, that's the brand of Costa Mesa. So I think it's a real tough area to be calling the balls and strikes on what's allowed and what's not allowed. So I think that's a real problematic area in the development agreement. But even changing that, firming it up, making it tight, to me doesn't get this over the bar. similar to a comment that Commissioner Toller said, I'd like to point out that there was a tremendous public benefit to the length of time this application has been in the public domain. We normally get applications on a Thursday or Friday for a Tuesday meeting. Doesn't matter how big the project is. The public has that amount of time to respond, as do we. Sometimes we get some advance notice, private briefings, information. We know it's coming up. But for the most part, the public learns about it on a Thursday or Friday and has to get ready by a Tuesday. The result of the public having access to information about this project for the length of time that they did meant, as Commissioner Toller pointed out, that they had time to go through the detail of the codes, to organize their thoughts in very articulate ways. So many emails I got, I felt like I was reading staff reports. And I mean that as a compliment to staff. These things were thorough, they were articulate, they were substantiated, they were unemotional, they were straightforward. And by the public having time, we get more quality input from them. I'm not saying I necessarily agree with the input always, but it was more quality input. And I make this point emphatically because I just believe we need more time on substantive projects to do our review and for the public to do their review. Okay, I'll get off that soapbox. Staff has heard me say that before. And by the way, I think it applies to many of the items that come before council, but it's up to them to decide if they would see that as a benefit. So the commissioners had questions in previous meetings. And again, I'd like to compliment staff and the applicant for listening and responding to these. I was very concerned about the legal liability issues associated with what was perceived as, and could be reality, of increased danger from distracted driving. And our legal staff has done an excellent job of making sure that the language in the development agreement and the conditions of approval adequately protect the city from what could possibly be legal exposure. And in that same vein, I'd like to compliment the applicant for being willing to agree to the conditions that had been in place previously, as well as the new condition that came about as a result of then Planning Commissioner Stevens suggesting that maybe we need some insurance coverage added for the city protection, because it's one thing to be able to, you know, be defended by somebody, but if they don't have deep enough pockets, you're in trouble. You better have insurance, and they have the insurance. There were questions about the intent of the sign ordinance, and I'll get back to that in the findings. I think it's important to ask those questions, and I think it's a question that doesn't say, I don't think that we ought to have that sign ordinance. It's like saying, well, I don't understand the intent of our parking requirements. Well, maybe that's just a straight up statement. You just don't understand. That's fine. That's not a criticism of them. So the intent of the sign ordinance, I think that was a fair question. And I thought staff did a tremendous job of trying to respond to that question in this current staff report. And I'll come back to that when I'm talking about the findings. There were some very innovative suggestions from the commission in the last meeting, talking about reinvestment in the property. Like, hey, if we're making money on these signs, not we, the property owner, maybe reinvesting. What do you think of that? Come up with that. Somebody came up with that idea. I'd like to credit the commissioner that did. I'm sorry, I don't remember who it was. It wasn't me, but it was a great idea. And the applicant said, yeah, we'll go along with that. We'll even codify it. 50% of the net revenue will be reinvested. Well, that sounds good. But it raised some really troubling questions in my mind. You're a property owner, you're running a business. Aren't you already investing in your property? I mean, without this, wouldn't you be doing this already? Painting a building, in my book, that's not a capital investment, that's minimal maintenance. It's like replacing carpet, that's not a capital investment. If you can't depreciate it, it probably was not a capital investment, didn't add to the basis of your property. You probably know that. But whether it was capital or an expense, the concern is still the same in my mind. We shouldn't have to incentivize you or force you to invest in your property. It's your building. You don't take care of it, the value goes down. You don't take care of it, your tenants move out. It's your business. You better take care of it. Shouldn't take me or a commissioner to come up with that brilliant suggestion. My biggest concern at the beginning and still today has to do with the third-party advertising. Almost without exception, all the signs around the city and the businesses are advertising those businesses. Why? Because a businessman is trying to advertise his business because he's trying to be successful for his business or her business. I mean that generically. There were several examples of third-party ads that to me just didn't satisfy me as being of any community benefit whatsoever. Yet what's being asked of us in this discretionary approval is huge. And in that way, I feel like the community benefit should be huge. Third-party advertising, to me, zero community benefit. And it was rather curious to me that of all the business-related people that came and spoke and said, you know, I think this advertising stuff, this is good stuff. We really like it. Almost to a T, they were either current tenants or tenants that the applicant is in negotiation with and trying to entice into signing leases. I didn't hear a single business, established business in Costa Mesa saying, you know, I'd like to see these things built because I'd buy advertising there. Didn't hear any of the car dealers, didn't hear any of the big shopping centers, any of the big businesses in the city. Nobody came forward. Doesn't mean they wouldn't be interested, but they didn't come forward tonight and say, you know, these signs would really help Costa Mesa businesses. They didn't. It's my belief that it wouldn't. They're advertising on their property. They're advertising in social media. They're advertising on radio and TV, all the traditional and non-traditional ways. Benefits to the city. It's kind of an interesting one to me. Is there a price? Is there an amount of money so great that we would take to approve this and risk pedestrian and driver safety? Is there a number big enough? Is there a number big enough that we would say to residents, you know, it's not really going to be that bright. You get used to it. You know, just put blinds on your windows or whatever. You get used to it. Is there a price big enough that we would do that on a discretionary approval? I don't think so. And in this financial scheme, I think it's gotten worse. Now, I'd said, and it could have been in the public meeting or the private meeting, I could care less if the city got penny one out of this. Because to me, this isn't about how much money we get out of it. If this is a good project for the city, it's a good project whether I get a penny or $1 million. It's a good project. I shouldn't have to be paid also. I may have made that comment to the applicant. when I was having my private meeting, as I'm reflecting on that. But then I look at the financial scheme on this thing. And the financial scheme says we're guaranteed $150,000 every year, plus 10% of the net over $1 million. Well, that almost sounds good, $150,000 a year. Almost sounds good. I don't think that's going to make much of a dent in the city's general fund, but you know, we don't turn away money, right? However, the deal before was that we would get 25% of the gross ad revenue. 25%. You know, 25% of 2 million is? Yeah. About 500,000. Oh, less expenses. I know that was in there before, less expenses. Well, guess what? This new construct also says that over $1 million, we get 10% less expenses. And you know what one of the expenses is? The $150,000 that they pay to the city every year. So even if they sell $1,150,000 worth of ads, we don't get a penny more. Why? Because our $150,000 comes right off the top as expenses. Now the break even is somewhere in the neighborhood of $700,000, maybe $800,000 ad revenue. That's the break even. If they sell less than that, city's ahead. They sell more than that, which is what they're expecting, they're hoping, anticipating, city loses out. Why would we do that? But to me, again, it's not about the money. But why did the deal change in a way that's not to our advantage? What's the other big city benefit? Well, city programming. We get to put our own ads up there too. Sounds great, except we didn't ask for that. Oh, maybe somebody in staff in the course of this project, in the development of the terms of approval, maybe that was when it was asked for. But we didn't have people sitting back a couple of years ago going, boy, how could we get some of our city content out to the community better? I know, let's partner with somebody on some billboards. No. It's not a benefit we went after. Maybe a side benefit, but that isn't why this should be approved. We were going to get 10% content. And now we get something, quite frankly, I don't even understand the wording of it. And it's not really a criticism. I just don't understand the mechanism. Chair DeErico started asking a question about it, and I thought, great, this is going to be my opportunity to try to understand better what that was. And the result of the question and answer, I still didn't know. But again, I don't care if the city gets one ad or not. If this is good for the city, if this is a good project for the city, it ought to stand on its own, not be propped up by payments to the city and inducements. You could put your ads there too. That doesn't push it over the edge to me. Well, there's a lot of prospective tenants that seem very interested in this, like it's really important to them. Now, it's not important to them, I'm sure, to see Mercedes-Benz advertisements. They're thinking it's important because their business is going to get to see ads on these signs. That would seem like a good idea. And I think part of where Chairman was going at one point, suggesting, well, what if you didn't sell any third-party ads and there was only ads for tenants at your site? Is that something you'd go along with? Would you still put up the signs? I asked the identical question in my meeting with the applicant. The answer was no, that they wouldn't still go ahead with it. So in some respects, I'm encouraged that maybe they'd still be interested in that, but it's the same signs with the same objections. I think having these tenants contacting us saying, you really ought to approve this. So I'm thinking about leasing some space there. And if you approve these signs, yeah, I might be in. That wasn't convincing to me. Are they telling me they're in support of the third-party ads? Or they're in support of the ability to have ads for their businesses if they come in? Wasn't clear to me. Either way, that doesn't change my mind about these signs. I look also at these findings. And I think that there was a caller that called in that in some respects I thought made a really good point. And it's one that has been very concerning to me over the years. And I know concerning to other people. I've heard other people express this concern. They say, I got involved in the city because I didn't like what was happening. I got involved, I ran for council because I didn't like what was happening. Things were getting approved and I didn't know why. Couldn't understand the justification. I didn't know why. Well, here's the thing. If we approve projects in spite of what the findings require us to find, we're as bad as everyone else that's approving things without the sufficient justification. I asked once about the precedent that approving this sets. Does it set a precedent? No, not really, because this is unique. Oh, okay. How's that? And I don't mean to be critical, but I'm critical a little bit on this one. Well, it's unique because it's a triangular shaped property in a very busy intersection. Okay, I got to give it to you. We don't have too many of these triangular shaped properties on busy intersections. We don't have too many of those. In that respect, it's unique. Well, so let me look at these previous approvals of planned signage programs on page 5. I'm sure I'm going to find some triangular properties on busy intersections. Or no? No, I'm not. Well, how'd they get approved? Well, they were special and unique too. Although Chairman did some great research, which I appreciated because I didn't do the research, to learn that staff in, I don't know if it was every one of these or in most of these, staff actually recommended against approval. And yet people approved them anyway. Why? I suspect the findings were the same. They ignore the findings. Should we ignore the findings because they were ignored here? We have a precedence. Look at it. Well, it is a precedence of what? Of not following our own documentation? Is that what it's a precedence of? Because that's not a very proud precedent to hang your reputation on. I'm certainly not going to hang mine on that. Couple of examples of some of these projects, and I'm not an expert on them, but I know a little about them. Spectrum, guess what? That's kind of almost a triangular piece of property, busy area. But guess what? You don't accidentally drive past, like directly past Spectrum. You're either on the 5 or the 405, and you're going 65 miles an hour. Not going any faster than that. You have to make an effort to get off the freeway to go to that location. So having signage there, that makes sense to me. I can kind of understand that. Do they have big digital flashing, changing signs? Not on the scale to the size of that property to what this one is. Tustin Marketplace. I don't know if you've been there. It's huge. It's not a shopping center. It's blocks of shopping. And the signs up and down Jamboree, I don't see digital changing signs. I see a lot of these big monument signs with arrows pointing left, pointing right, depending on what stores you're trying to find. Kind of actually hard in some respects, unless you're familiar with it. I don't see those as examples of precedent for why we ought to do something here with what's proposed. And again, I don't think there is precedent. This isn't being recommended because we did it before. It's being recommended because there's some rational justification that says this is unique. And if we go along with that this is unique, well, guess what? The next project will be unique too, just in a different way. They're all unique. Every business is unique. Every person is special. These are truisms. These are truisms. But you don't get to go to the front of the line because you're more special than the next guy. Is this a unique project? Yeah. Does it justify us ignoring our findings? I say it does not. The first finding talks about being consistent with the intent. Boy, and it comes right out and it says we prohibit the electronic changeable signs. I mean, that should be the end of it. Should be the end right there, a fail. This isn't on these findings. There's how many? There's 8 of these. It isn't like, well, if you get 5, you know, it's like you win the election. 5 is good. You fail on 3, but 5 you pass. No, you gotta get them all. They're prohibited because of surrounding properties. Now it says particularly residential. It doesn't say only residential, it says particularly residential. Surrounding properties would be affected by this. We didn't have any commercial properties come forward and say, hey, this would bother my business. So that might not be a strong argument, but that's what it says here. The intent of the sign code to create and maintain an aesthetically pleasing and functional environment. Well, you know, this is a little bit of a tougher one. Art, beauty is in the eye of the beholder. Is this aesthetically pleasing? Well, maybe some of the art that might be there, that might be beautiful. If we could all agree on a, you know, if a Van Gogh shows up and we all like Van Gogh, we go, ah, man, that's beautiful. That really adds, that's consistent with City of the Arts. Look at that beautiful art there. But ads? That's what this stuff is for the most part. It's ads. That's the whole purpose. The question was, what's the purpose of these signs? This was made clear early on. Purpose is to generate a revenue stream. Not for the tenants, but for the property owner. We only twisted his arm to say, well, how about reinvest some of that money into the center? That wasn't a stated initial intent of this. Aesthetically pleasing ads? No, I don't think so. I think it fails on that. The second finding talks about the signs being consistent in design and construction style. Yeah, I think there's been a lot of effort that has gone into that. I think the signs, for what they are, have been exceptionally well designed. Compatible with the building and the developments? Well, I think with a little bit of jiffling and going back and forth, the parapet sign that was going to be visible on 19th looked hideous in the initial proposal. And I suspect recognizing a significant amount of resistance, that was quickly changed to something that is more compatible. So that finding, I think you could almost argue that, yeah, the signs are they're compatible with the building. They sort of fit. The next finding, the approval does not constitute a grant of special privilege. I don't know how anybody really could argue that this doesn't grant a special privilege. On the one hand, we say that this project is unique, and for that reason, we should deviate from our normal prohibition. And then on the other hand, we say it's unique, it doesn't set a precedent. So these guys, they'll be able to do it. But the next person that comes along that wants to put up big signs and sell advertising, we're going to tell them no. And they're going to say, wait a minute, why'd you give it to these guys? They have a special privilege. They're able to do something nobody else can do. Yeah, to me, it fails a big time on that. You can't say that, well, it's because they're on a triangular piece of land surrounded by 3 busy streets. When did that become criteria? That's no more special than any other project around the city I could point to and say, you know what makes that place special? And I can give you a whole list of reasons. The next finding talks about the development agreement and talks about this as being promoting the development of revenue generating land uses. So isn't this great? City's going to generate some revenue out of this. That's why we meet this finding, because of this development agreement that generates some revenue for the city. Well, my analysis says that money isn't very much. Certainly isn't worth the cost and the impact. And it says, well, we're going to generate this revenue to help defray the cost of high quality public services. And yet at the same breath, the public is telling us this isn't raising the quality of the community at all. This is making things worse. We're going to raise money to do what? Maybe then to try to make the intersections and the roadways safer. We'll spend more doing that than the money we generate. Generating money to solve a problem that we're creating by approving it. It's going to promote Costa Mesa as a city of the arts. Okay. Really? The amount of ads of art that are going to be on these things is part of the justification. It's at best a tangential benefit. It hardly rises, I think, to the level of a finding. Finding number 6. Detrimental to the health, safety, and general welfare. I don't know. I think it's pretty hard to argue this would have no negative effect to the health, safety, and general welfare. People concerned about lights, people can see lights from their homes. Traffic, pedestrian safety. Does this help any of that? No, again, I think it's intuitively obvious. It should be intuitively obvious that this makes it worse. Measurably worse? Don't know. Our experts can't tell us if it's measurably worse or not. But I don't think it takes too much effort to discern that. Already talked about the $150,000, this finding number 7, talking about that there's sufficient public benefit. $150,000 a year? No.
Commissioner Zick, so you've been on for 40 minutes. We've got 4 other commissioners going. So if you could wrap up, I'd appreciate it.
And I'm on finding number 8, which is the last one. And I appreciate that. And I do mean to be respectful. So I'll apologize to my fellow commissioners. Finding number 8 refers to this project being exempt from CEQA. I'm not a CEQA expert. The experts suggest that this project is in fact exempt. Why? Because it consists of the construction or placement of minor structures. Guess I'd agree with that. That are visually consistent. That's a little tougher one to me. I don't think it's a close call on this one, folks. And I know this is only a recommendation to council. And apologize for spending all this time, but when council gets this in front of them, I don't want them to just hear the pitch. I don't want them to just hear the sizzle that's being sold to them. I want them to see the steak. And this one is not worth buying. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Hey, commissioners, Commissioner Torjay's got her hand up, and then Commissioner Russell, if you have comments, and then Vice Chair Colbert.
Thank you, Chair.
You're welcome.
I will be quick and brief in my comments. I think much has already been said. Like Commissioner Russell and Commissioner Zick, I'd like to thank the applicant for coming back and forth to the city and listening to commissioner comments and responding to members of the public who have specific concerns. I will just say that after a thorough reading of the findings, I would make one disagreement with Commissioner Zick. I do think this is exempt from CEQA, but the rest of the findings, I have a really hard time finding that this application is in line with those findings. The one thing I will add is it's difficult for me to approve of something that that is said to be like this is going to be the panacea or like the end all be all for what's going to save this retail center when I haven't seen alternatives or haven't heard of alternatives for what could be there instead. There's been a couple of points where I have listened and interpreted that if this was not, if this signage program wasn't approved, then the retail center at Triangle Square wouldn't be successful in the future. And I find that really hard because this seems like one solution out of many that could be there. So I will be supporting this motion, but I do want to thank everyone for the hard work on this, the community for your dedication, and for the applicant who I think honestly really cares about the center and cares about the work that's being done. I just don't think that this meets the findings that could compel me to make a recommendation for this to go to council.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Torje. Commissioner Russell.
Yes, I want to also thank the staff for the work that they've done and also the applicant. This has been a very, very long process and they've taken our suggestions and, excuse me, done to the best of their ability to address them. Unfortunately, it hasn't really gotten to the point where I think any of us can support it for a number of reasons, not the least of which that area needs to be looked at more broadly, even if these signs don't make it less dangerous, or it doesn't make it more dangerous, it doesn't make it less dangerous. And we need to look at some of those kinds of things. I too am concerned that the marketing has not been as bold, and that it looks like they were relying on some of these, on the signs to really pull them out. And I can't put our citizens, our residents in the city in a situation where it's our job to fix that. So I'm going to be supporting the motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chair Colbert.
Honestly, I don't know where to start because we've heard so much over the past year, but I would echo the comments really quickly to applaud, first off, Mr. Arias for putting together such a comprehensive staff report, and to staff legal, because I believe this is a very potentially complex application, but the way that the staff report was written was clear, and I believe accessible to the public in ways in which maybe other staff reports haven't been able to be, or there's no shade to anyone else, but like it just means that this was just well done for the type of the application that we see before us. And I think that was evidenced in the questions that we have. And this evening, we heard from a number of members of the residential and business community. And over the past year, we've heard a number of comments regarding the pros and cons of this application before us. And over this time, most, if not all of the comments, in my opinion, have been addressed or mitigated in a manner that meets or address the commission's or community's comments, save for the removal of the LED signage. And at this point, I know we've gone a year, but I'm glad we're finally, I think, at the point to make a recommendation for the council to deliberate and have their first reading. Because I just want to be clear to the community that the commission is making only a recommendation that will be sent to the council and deliberated. And over this past year, as I stated, I've spent over 42 collective hours reading studies, conversing with community members and business owners and staff, walking the site and preparing for commission meetings. And this is not a complaint, but I'm glad we are efficient and not cutting the bait, in the words of my grandmother. But one of the main issues that was brought up was relative to safety. And but in none of the studies that showed, in none of the studies presented to us showed cause of an accident, only correlation with a sign being present, but that can be argued on many fronts. Further, the mitigations that have been made in response to those comments, in my opinion, deafen the sign in a manner that the studies are silent on. For example, the technological enhancements and other modifications speak to other sign types, flashing, dancing, quick transition signs, and not the LED signs being presented to us this evening. I would argue that some of the research is not applicable to the sign that we have before us. It's almost like comparing a cell phone of the past to the cell phone of today. There's just been so many advancements and teachable moments that we now have something better, in this case, holistically different. Even still, the findings, in my opinion, are not predicated upon those studies, only the sign. Essentially, it is outside of the discretion of the commission, in my opinion, that we will take something in consideration and only can base it on the findings that have been presented to us by staff. And the signing program as proposed is a comprehensive application that includes an enhancement to the project and that most in the community have called irreparable or in disrepair. And none of the comments have community members stated that they did not want to see the success of the property, only that it has continuously failed. For the following reasons, I saw that accident data was presented, and also accident data was pushed against in terms of if it was credible or if it made sense or viable. The increase in time was amended from 8 to 20 seconds. That showed a net loss of the potential revenue that in many cases shows potentially that this could not be about money, which was one of the comments that have been made. In addition to the fact that the Microsoft study that was referenced in one of the studies that we were given shows that the average attention span of an adult is 8 seconds. And with that light cycle being much longer and had been a 20-second billboard, most people won't pay attention to it. I think to Commissioner Sick's point, most people, if you see a billboard, and it becomes kind of null. And I think if you're at a light and you see something for 20 seconds, after 8 seconds, according to this research, you're going to move on to something else and probably wait for the next light cycle. In short, these signs are no more of a distraction, in my opinion, than a Caltrans sign. And so the content regulations have been listed as a legal agreement, which have been modified and addressed by the community. There have been improvements to the facade. There has been a lowering of the sign on 19th and Newport to reduce visibility and impact. There has been a light study that showed no impact to the neighborhoods. and advertisement of business within the retail center has been addressed. And there has been a condition of approval, number 17, which holds the city harmless in terms of liability. And I understand that this all appears to be a deviation from the code, but this is why we're here as a commission. Because I don't believe that it grants a special privilege. But tonight I have heard from the community, and I have heard from many of the citizens of the community who do not think that this would be a great addition to our community and to this project. And while I've reviewed the findings and listened to my fellow commissioners, Zick and Toller and Torjay and Russell, and I'm sure Chairman Darko will have comments as well. In addition to staff, based off of tonight's conversation, I am compelled to support the motion before, and due to the community's, due to the outpour for the community. And I will allow the council, as they will have the final say, to deal and understand what we have dealt with. But I do want to say to the applicant that, as stated throughout all of this, that there have been a number of improvements to this application in ways that I have not seen in ever on an application. And so I applaud you for that. And I wish you the best at the first reading of this application. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, thank you all. This boiled down to me, was pretty easy for me. It's boiled down to whether or not I could make findings, and I couldn't on all of them, which I need to do. And so I'm going to support the motion, but I'm going to say a couple of things. One, I can't make the finding on the proposed findings consistent with the intent of the ordinance. When I read the ordinance, the electronic changeable signs are flat out prohibited. There's no equivocating one way or the other on them. And then if you go to the plan signing program, the language is a little unclear as to what, it says a plan signing program is intended to provide maximum incentive and latitude and allow response to special circumstances. And then it talks about that the program says a plan signing program, some of these signs may be authorized as part of the plan signing program, even if they do not conform to all specific regulations contained elsewhere in the chapter. Well, I don't know. Regulations could mean a lot of things. It could be sign area, it could be sign diameter, it could be height, it could be, those are all regulations. I don't know in my head, a flat out prohibition doesn't strike me as a regulation. It strikes me as a prohibition. And so in that context, I don't think that the way the ordinance is written allows you to make, and the way that the project is proposed allows you to make the finding that it's consistent with the intent of the ordinance. Where I really fell apart on this, and why I went down the line of questioning I did with the applicant, was that the approval does not constitute a grant of special privilege. If we granted this tonight, this would be the only application where the sale of offsite advertising is permitted to the tune of, if he had his 8-second intervals, up to $2 million, and then the 20-second interval, hopefully $1 million. That's a special privilege. Nobody else in the city has that. And so I just think that the allowance of selling offsite advertising to third parties to generate revenue, to allow him to maintain the center that to a level that he thinks is going to draw in more tenants. Question not whether or not that would draw in more customers, but it may draw in more tenants. It struck me as definitely a granting of special privilege. Greater visibility, certainly. And I think greater visibility certainly from any other business owner or property owner or business around there that might have a sign. So having said all that, I think the I would suggest to the council, and this is just one commissioner's opinion, that they explore, because in my mind, the technology, I've seen it, particularly in the daytime and less so at night. You can't tell their lights. It almost looks like a printed piece. I've seen them. They're very almost three-dimensional looking. There's really no luminance to them. The technology is actually phenomenal. So from the technology perspective and this glare, and this is going to look like the Luxor in the middle of, 19th and Harbor or whatever. I've never bought that argument, and I still don't. Will it create a traffic or safety issue? I don't know. I don't know that it'll make it worse. Certainly probably won't make it better. I mean, there's too many knuckleheads looking at their phones or taking profile pics while they're stopped at lights and doing other things in the car with their telephones that make having these signs here probably look pretty tame and benign. There's all sorts of distractions going on in automobiles these days with screens and navigation. Now you can shop from your car on your car screen. And I just don't know that from a safety perspective that these signs would cause any kind of noticeable ramp up of in public safety issues relative to car crashes and that kind of thing. So having said that, and I will support the motion because I can't make the findings, as I said. It might be worth for the council to explore the notion that if either a scaled down version of this program, maybe no dome LED, but the LED sign over where Keys on Main is, maybe the LED sign at 19th and Harbor could work as long as it's all on-site advertising and there's no third-party ad sales. That to me seems like that's workable. It's in line with previous approvals that the city has put forward. It seems to me not a granting of special privilege if they do that. And I would have been much more comfortable with that. I think that it was clear to me as the motion was made and the commissioners spoke. I'm not going to sit here and wrestle with at 1140 a substitute motion, but I would certainly encourage the council to look at this sign program in the context of no third-party advertising, strictly related to tenants and activities on site, whether or not they would find it possible to do all the LED signs and even the dome sign. Like I said, I don't think they're going to be a particular impact on the community. Like I said, I've seen the technology. It's remarkable. And I just don't think there's any causation or proof that these things would create an additional public safety nuisance. So that's where I stand. So having said that, we've closed the public hearing. We've heard all comments. There's a motion on the floor to recommend to City Council to deny the application and to not give first reading to the development agreement. So Julie, if we could have a roll call vote, please.
Chair Jericho,
Aye.
Vice Chair Colbert. That was an aye, correct?
Yes.
Commissioner Russell,
Aye.
Commissioner Toller,
Aye.
Commissioner Torje,
Aye.
Commissioner Zick.
Aye.
Motion carries 6-0.
Okay, so the City Council will get the Planning Commission's recommendation, and I just want to, I do want to also thank Mr. Mateen and Ms. Newman and your team. I know this is probably not good news for you, and I've had these kinds of decisions in my work, so I feel badly for you, but it's just the way I had to fall on it. I also want to thank members of the community who have phoned me and texted me and sent me email messages. I heard you. That was not lost on me. There was very, very little support for this project going forward. So that resonated with me. I want to know that, I want you guys to know that I heard you too. So off you will go to City Council. We'll see what happens there. Okay, that brings us to departmental reports. Public services, Mr. Yang, are you still with us?
Yes, Chairman Darakel. Good evening. So good evening, honorable members of the Planning Commission. I'm happy to report that the city is undergoing its pedestrian master plan, and integral to that plan is the commissioning of walk audits to our community stakeholders. 4 of the walk audits have been completed, but 2 are still remaining in which the public can still participate. One is a walk audit number 5, which is on April 14th from 1 p.m. to 3 p.m. It covers the streets of Harper Boulevard, Wilson Street, Victoria Street, and Fair Drive. The second is walk audit number 6 on Thursday, April 15th from 9 a.m. to 11 a.m. And it covers the streets of Bristol, Baker, Paularino, and Bear. You can sign up on cmpmp@wa.weebly.com, or you can just email me at sung.yang@costamesaca.gov. And secondly, the city is working on it to address the residential parking issues, and your input will help identify viable solutions. City has completed 2 town halls via Zoom on March 15th and March 31st, and staff received great feedback and constructive comments. You can still participate in the city's online parking survey. Just go to the city's website and type online parking survey in the search window and just click on the item for the online survey. Or you can just email your comments and concerns at parkingsteady@costamesaca.gov. So that completes my public services report. Have a great evening.
Thanks very much, Mr. Yang. Development services report, Ms. Lee.
Thank you, Chair and Planning Commissioners. I just wanted to reiterate that as part of the city's ongoing efforts for community discussion regarding the housing element, that we will be holding a study session with the City Council on April 27th. So please mark your calendars, community members, as well as commissioners. End of report. Thank you.
Thank you. City Attorney, Mr. Preziosi.
Chair Darakel, I have no report this evening.
All right, very good. Thank you, commissioners and the community for, it was a long evening, lots of good work. We'll stand in adjournment to the regular Planning Commission meeting for April 26, 2021. It's still good night. So good night all.
All right, thank you.